Howdy y'all, this is Taylor Ursula of That's So Pisces, and Leo season has come and gone. Bye, bye, bye. All right, it is time to dive into Virgo season. We've got some juicy stuff coming in this season, including our first Pisces eclipse. So, buckle up, get your notepads, and let's get investigative about what we'll experience during this season. Okay, so let's review some highlights of what this season will be bringing us. So first, we have Virgo's ruler, Mercury, stationing direct at 21 degrees of Leo. Okay, so right away, we can say that the first week or so of Virgo season will not be a typical Virgo season, as it will be ruled by a planet that is not only currently retrograde, but slowing down and preparing to station direct, all right? This might actually kind of double down on the call to activate the Virgo part of our charts, as we will want to be more methodical, more measured in our steps in this first week. Mercury will also be moving through its retrograde shadow, finally re-entering back into Virgo over the course of this season. And so we might find ourselves really like putting things back where they go, making sense of what we are processing in the wake of what's come up in this retrograde. So we might be like really focused on kind of nailing the details and getting things sorted out. We have Venus returning home to its sign of Libra. So we'll have some themes of kind of finding equilibrium, figuring out how we want to relate to others in a fair and balanced way. Let's remember that Venus is ruling and will be co-present with the South Node. So while we are seeking some sort of equilibrium, while we are working on the fair and the balanced, we may also find ourselves discarding some things that are keeping us in the old ways of seeking balance, that are maintaining an outdated equilibrium, and are currently preventing us from finding that sense of fairness. It's giving Libra with a kick or a twist or a little bit of spice. We have Uranus stationing retrograde for the rest of the year at 27 degrees of Taurus. So Uranus will not be direct again until the new year. So we'll likely feel the kind of biggest repercussions or reverberations around this stationing throughout all of Virgo season, right? We'll be kind of getting a sense of what innovative approaches or what kind of thrill-seeking parts that have been activated within us are maybe being overlooked and we may want to revisit. We have Pluto returning back to Capricorn for its final time in the scope of time that we currently will be alive. So we'll be wrapping up some themes that have really been activated for us really over the past 16 years, but this final pass at this final degree certainly means we are closing up some old stories. We'll see Mars make its way into Cancer, which is its sign of fall, right? Its sign of exaltation is Capricorn. Everyone respects someone who can channel their, human emotions into their ability to climb the ladder or their ability to kind of fall in line with the broader structure. In Cancer, we will see Mars tending to the more tender. We'll see ourselves motivated to kind of channel our energy into what others need. That might be complicated because focusing on what others need can entangle us in some emotional states of deprivation or concern, or we can get perhaps passive aggressive. There are strengths to Mars in Cancer. We need to focus our energy away from upholding systems and structures, especially those that don't nurture us, and to deviate from those in order to find where we can cultivate nurturance, care, and community, right? I know community is typically a bigger sign than what Cancer speaks to as a more individual sign. But there is something about making sure we are kind of taking care of those around us in order to speak to or address our own needs that can help us collaborate on rebuilding systems of care from the ground up. And lastly, as I stated in the beginning, we will move toward the end of Virgo season with our first Pisces eclipse. Now, this means that the North Node is getting close enough to the sign of Pisces that it's within orb of the moon hanging out in Pisces. We'll talk about this eclipse, but the North Node is certainly approaching the very early degrees of Aries, and this eclipse will happen toward the very final degrees of Pisces, which means we're definitely starting to feel that overlap. So let's explore and get into the nitty-gritty of what is going to happen this season. All right, so Virgo season starts on Thursday, August 22nd, and on this same day, we have Venus in Virgo making a square to Mars in Gemini. This is a time where we may experience some friction. We may feel like our desires are maybe at odds with and stirring up some of what we're able to pursue at this time. What's extra important about this is that both of these planets are being ruled by Mercury, currently retrograde in Leo. Okay, so we've got some positives to this aspect as well. Some of that friction may mean that we are motivated and kind of amplified in pursuing some sort of release. We might feel that the friction allows us to kind of get from point A to point B, and we might be able to connect with someone outside of ourselves, since Venus is connection, Mars is sort of our own drive. We might be able to connect with someone in this feeling of friction or tension to get some of those needs met. Something interesting to consider is that Mars is able to see Mercury, right? Mercury is in Leo and Mars is in Gemini. Those are signs in a sextile. So Mercury is able to see Mars, but Mercury is not able to see Virgo or Venus, both next door. And it might feel like we have a harder time figuring out who's going to connect with us, right? From this end of the square. Maybe that ramps up some of the friction that we feel in Mars. And perhaps we feel ourselves kind of making an extra oomph, an extra push toward getting something released. On Friday the 23rd, we see Mercury retrograde in Leo enter into a trine. In fact, its second trine to Chiron, also retrograde in Aries at 23 degrees. Now, this first trine took place shortly after our second Capricorn full moon in the kind of final days of July, all right? Around like the 22nd, 23rd, around that time. So you might want to think back to what was coming up for you at that time. Both of these planets were direct. They are now both retrograde. So we are certainly revisiting some themes that were, again, first opened up for us back at that time. There is perhaps some opportunity to give a name to some of the wounding that we are feeling. We might be able to deepen our understanding around what triggers were being activated at that time back in July. We may be able to have some broader conversations or integrate some of what was surfacing for us at that time. On the same day, we see Mars in Gemini making a sextile to ruler Mercury, retrograde in Leo at 22 degrees. So there's that sextile that I mentioned kind of happening between Mercury and Mars when we just discussed the square to Venus a moment ago. So there's even more of an opportunity to potentially integrate something that we are understanding more deeply, especially since there's a fun chain of command here, right? Mercury is ruling Mars. Mars is ruling Chiron. Mercury and Chiron have just made their trine, part 2. And we're seeing Mercury and Mars now make this sextile. So there's maybe a really fluid opportunity to make some sense of things and act on them some way, with Mars being in Gemini and Mars representing our drive. On Monday, the 26th, we have our third quarter moon in Gemini at 3 degrees. Okay, so we know third quarter moons are our opportunity to process and release in preparation for the Virgo new moon. This is especially potent since this third quarter moon in Gemini is also being ruled by Mercury, as will the Virgo new moon. Mercury has just had this sextile to Mars, as well as this trine to Chiron. So there's a lot of opportunity for us here to not only integrate, as I was just describing, but also to parse out what we are ready to move on from. There might be stories, let's think about some Gemini words, some facts or some truths that have now become outdated. This is what we love about Gemini, is that Gemini is mutable, it is flexible, it is aware of the fact that truth is subjective and changes frequently. The facts change as we know more and we learn more, right? And so this is maybe a prime time for us to sort of update what we have been learning, again, through that sextile to Mars and that trine to Chiron, as well as deciding what we're going to unlearn. Let's delete some of these old facts from our files to make space for what is going to sort of enter in that new moon time. And it's interesting to note that at this moment, with this third quarter moon, we have a lot of planets being ruled by Mercury, right? We've got the sun in Virgo, we now have the moon in Gemini, we know that Mars and Jupiter are hanging out in Gemini, we know Venus is in Virgo, and by proxy, Saturn's also in the mix there because it's being ruled by Jupiter. So we have a very mercurial moment here, and we'll talk a bit about Mercury's stationing in a moment, but that's absolutely some of what I was talking about the going slow, right? If Mercury is slowing down to station direct and all of those other planets are being ruled by that one slowing planet, that's going to impact 90% of our charts. It might actually be the whole thing. All of us is now being impacted by this mercurial moment, all right? So this might suggest to us that this third quarter moon, whatever we are, again, parsing out to dispose of, whatever facts we are updating and files we are rewriting, that stands to impact everything else in our charts at this moment, with all of those planets ruling pretty much every other house, right? Whatever Venus is ruling, wherever Libra and Taurus are for you, whatever Jupiter's ruling, wherever Sagittarius and Pisces are for you, whatever Saturn's ruling, wherever Capricorn and Aquarius are for you, whatever Mars is ruling, Aries and Scorpio in your chart, the Gemini and Virgo parts of your chart, right? The Leo part of your chart because the sun is here, the Cancer part of your chart because the moon is here. This is like a system-wide maybe upgrade or file cleansing that we are experiencing here. On Tuesday the 27th, we have Venus in Virgo making a trine to Uranus in Taurus at 27 degrees. And Venus is, of course, ruling that Uranus. And we know that that Uranus is also about to station retrograde. So there's potentially one of those big upgrades coming through that we just talked about, since Venus is being ruled by Mercury at this time, and we just had that third quarter moon. There might be some of those sort of facts that we're rewriting at this time being channeled into that Uranus. Uranus, of course, representing some of the sort of under the surface changes starting to erupt. There's a harmonious aspect here in the trine, and so something is flowing in with ease. Some new opportunities, some new resources, some new connections opening up to us in some sort of flow state at this time. On Wednesday the 28th, we have Venus in Virgo opposing Neptune retrograde in Pisces at 29 degrees. Okay. with all of these updates taking place, with all of these sort of new opportunities or new instincts kicking in, we might be confronting some of the sense of illusion we've been having. We might have a crisis of faith. You know, change is great. Innovation is necessary. But we are creatures of habit, and change can really derail us, can make us question whatever it is we think we know. There's also a sense of grief in what cannot be accomplished here. Venus would rather be up there with Neptune, just swimming in the potential of everything. From Virgo, we know that Venus is much more oriented to the truth and to what can be proven at this time. And if we are engaged in some changes, especially again throughout many parts of our chart, if not all, then there might be a crisis of who am I right now? What about all the things I was building toward before? What happens to those? Do those never become realized? There might be some process of, I said grief a moment ago, where we recognize we cannot finish all of the things that we've started if we are going to be moving in a new direction, or if there are new truths that are overwriting old truths. On the same day, we have Mercury ruling all, stationing direct in Leo at 21 degrees. So there is again that slowness. That might also contribute to some of the grief that Venus is experiencing. Venus at that critical degree, that 29th degree, in its sign of detriment, is more than ready to move back home into, again, balanced, peaceful, peace-creating Libra, right? And so there's something too about that. Even though Venus is moving full speed, Mercury being so slow and ruling Venus still for this final moment might create another layer of crisis in the sense of, oh, I really have to slow down and feel this grief, even though I'm so close to returning home and being back in my element and, you know, maybe even continuing some of the release here when I visit the South Node soon. There's just this moment of, but just hang on, we really got to process this, all right? We can't just dip out and go home and brush off some of these feelings. We really need to be present in this moment of what we're feeling and face some of the loss of what we are having to put away or let go of now. And that can be uncomfortable. With Mercury stationing direct, we absolutely are, again, moving at that slow pace and starting to make sense of what came up for us during that retrograde. This means that this part of Virgo season, for the sun in particular, you know, the sun moving through Virgo, may feel a bit slow too. We might feel like we don't really have a sense of who we are becoming now at this time because Mercury ruling all these planets is now slowed down. On Thursday the 29th, we have Venus finally getting to escape Virgo, getting to move through that grief and that confrontation of the loss of potential and returning home to Libra. So we'll have Venus here for the rest of Virgo season. We will be able to see Venus, again, returning home, maybe connecting with other people, feeling authoritative in who it wants to connect with and how it wants to do that, since it is home and it gets to call the shots now. Later that day, we see Venus in Libra make a trine to Pluto retrograde in Aquarius at 0 degrees. So that helps us further kind of deepen that understanding or deepen the processing of all those feelings that come up with that opposition to Neptune. There's a chance to get into some of the details or the stories around what came up for us at that time and what it's calling us to explore more deeply within us. We may also here be able to reintegrate or rediscover a sense of trust, right? That point of crisis that we see come up with Venus opposed Neptune, we can maybe start to break that down and kind of get a sense of what is hitting for us instinctually at this time. This is also the final conversation that Pluto has before re-entering into Capricorn for the last time on September 1st, Sunday. This is also the same day that we see Uranus station retrograde at 27 degrees. Now this is impactful because Venus just had a conversation with Pluto, and Venus is now ruling Uranus, right, who is stationing retrograde. And Pluto just had this conversation with Venus, and Pluto is now re-entering into Capricorn. This is also Uranus and Pluto hanging out in a sextile, right? In a trine from Taurus to Capricorn. And so both of these planets having these big shifts in different ways, re-entering into this close orb of trine, there's a different energy surfacing now. Again, I mentioned that with Uranus stationing, this is when we'll feel that energy the most potently. Uranus will be retrograde for several months into the new year, and so we won't necessarily be tapped into that the whole time, right? These outer planets really have the biggest impact at the beginning and at the end of a station. And so Uranus stationing retrograde, kind of electrifying some of those changes that maybe we've overlooked or have been suppressing, now coming to the surface. Pluto re-entering Capricorn for the final time, really compelling us to confront whatever final stages of transformation we've been navigating and seeing surface for us. There's a big opportunity for something very cathartic to happen here. Something very kind of deep within us and also off in the distance. That seems kind of contradictory, but there's some alignment with what's been waiting for us and what's been brewing within us that might now really start to make sense. On Monday the 2nd, we have part 3 of our Mercury trine to Chiron. So we get part 2 and part 3 right here in Virgo season because Mercury stations direct basically in that trine. So we are getting, in a quicker sense, the final pieces of this Mercury Chiron narrative. Reminding you that part 1 opened up toward the end of July there, right after that Capricorn full moon. Part 2, we're now getting some resolution perhaps, or finding some, I'll say the word integration again, especially since it's part 3 with Mercury now direct. We're still in the retrograde shadow, right? So we're still piecing together and finalizing some of what came up there. But this might be where we start to weave those final threads of what this story has been for us and where we're able to find some sense of understanding, some final conversations, some kind of catharsis here about what came up. And this is right on time for our Virgo new moon at 11 degrees on the same day. With Mercury wrapping up this Chiron story, as the moon is moving through Virgo and becoming new, we are painting a picture. Well, I don't know if I want to say painting a picture. We are setting a new canvas. There we go. Maybe we're not quite painting yet because that's what happens as the moon begins to gain light. But we are staging a new canvas for who we are, how we prove things, what is worth our practice and our process as we have the final pieces of this Mercury Chiron story. So we have an opportunity here to really create a new narrative, open up to a new narrative, the creation of which will unfold over the course of this whole lunation cycle. We'll talk more about that at this Virgo new moon video. On the same day, and perhaps ramping up some of this new moon narrative, we have Mars in Gemini making a square to Neptune retrograde in Pisces at 29 degrees. So, Mars, right? About to push through and break into the sign of Cancer, confronting some of the illusions or delusions or fantasies that are present in Neptune. We might not really know what's real at this time, right? And we had a flavor of that with Venus opposite Neptune. Venus opposite Neptune is a little more startling, right? And sort of outside of us, perhaps. Mars squaring Neptune might feel like the files are inside the computer. Again, especially since it's a square and Mars is our drive and perhaps our sense of ego or our motivation. We might feel like, okay, I'm wrapping things up in Gemini. I'm about to move into Cancer. But wait, did I finish everything? Did I collect all the information? Will I know that I've collected all the information that I need? As Whitney says, how will I know? We might have a lot of questions about sort of the truths that have been updated in our files. and whether we can really test their veracity within the greater world around us. Maybe not all of the truths that we recognize or the facts that we honor are aligned with the narratives that those around us are sharing. And that might create a different kind of crisis, and that might compel us to really explore what we're going to paint on that canvas of the Virgo new moon. On Tuesday the 3rd, we see Venus hit the south node in Libra at 6 degrees. Okay, love that this is happening right after that Virgo new moon. Love that we're talking about this new canvas that we are mounting for ourselves to paint a new narrative. Venus hitting the south node while ruling it feels very, well, here's who I don't want to come with me into this new story. Here are the values that I'm graduating beyond in order to really make space for what that new narrative is going to look like. Here are the resources that I've outgrown that I don't need anymore, or that I'm tired of kind of always trying to keep fair and balanced. On Wednesday the 4th, we see Mars move into Cancer, and Mars will be here for quite some time. Mars will technically station retrograde in Leo several weeks from now, but while Mars is here in Cancer, we will certainly be entering into that Mars retrograde shadow. So some of what I said earlier was that Mars here in Cancer is not necessarily as socially respected as it is in Capricorn, and that's okay, because if we are currently trying to create change in the structures that we're a part of, it makes sense to us to deviate from what is expected by those systems. So we'll spend the next several weeks engaged in, again, mutual care, mutual aid, getting what I need through helping you get what you need, taking care of the tender, figuring out who needs help immediately or the most, and figuring out how we can channel our energy into that specific area. On Friday the 6th, we see Mercury continuing through that retrograde shadow and making its third and final square to Uranus in Taurus at 27 degrees. Okay, so now we have Mercury direct and Uranus retrograde. This also first happened in that same full moon part 2 in Capricorn period toward the end of July. So there are multiple stories that Mercury is now sort of revisiting and wrapping up from that time. Okay, we had part 2 of this square take place as the very electric, very Uranian Aquarius full moon was happening. So connect the dots to those two times, right? That Capricorn 29th degree full moon towards the end of July, that Aquarius very full moon, very amplified Aquarius full moon taking place toward the end of August or around mid-August, right before Virgo season started, right? So thinking about how we can link these periods and getting a sense of what story we're wrapping up there, what electric changes are pushing their way through, whether or not we are ready. Maybe we feel more ready or more prepared since this is part 3, and maybe this is sort of making a final push toward allowing the space or embracing the changes that have kind of forced their way into our sphere. On Saturday the 7th, we have the Sun in Virgo making its opposition to Saturn retrograde in Pisces at 16 degrees. Whew. So if Mercury is coming out of that square to Uranus, and Mercury is ruling the Sun in Virgo, and the Sun is then going on to oppose Saturn, what are these changes doing to limit our sense of self or doing to slow us down at this time, right? And this is fitting for, again, Mercury continuing to make its way through that post-retrograde shadow, still figuring out the details, still not back in Virgo yet, so still ruling from the sign next door, not necessarily seeing what Mercury's actions are feeding into the Sun at this time directly. There may be a sense of, oh, I thought I could go that way and now I can't. Is that because of the changes that have been forcing their way into our lives? Is it that to respect those changes or to honor those changes means we have to kind of acknowledge shortcomings in the present moment or acknowledge blockages of the path we were taking before? Is it there's an interruption to our sense of self or the sense of responsibility we have to take on in order to integrate those changes. We might feel stopped in our tracks. We might feel a sense of sobriety or somberness coming up at this time. It does pass. Of course, the sun moves a degree a day, so this is kind of more of a temporary or a temporal limitation. We may just feel separated from something we were indebted to or feeling dutiful toward. Not to fear, Sunday the 8th, we see Mercury finally make its way back home to Virgo. So this helps us feel a bit more connected to who we're becoming and what we're moving toward now that Mercury is back home, now that Mercury can see the planets that it's ruling from a much better vantage point. On Tuesday the 10th, we have our first quarter moon in Sagittarius at 19 degrees. So whatever we put into motion there in that new moon in Virgo, we are now seeing perhaps some of our efforts ramp up toward that first quarter moon. Fun that this first quarter moon in Sagittarius is pretty much directly opposite its ruler, Jupiter, hanging out in Gemini. And so there may be some need to kind of try different methods in Gemini in order to get to the story that we're pushing for in Sagittarius. The challenge might be in figuring out which methods will be the most appropriate, and Jupiter, as we know, is in detriment here. And so there may be a sense of, but there's so many options, how will I find the right one? I'm thinking about like, there's so many keys on this ring, and the pressure is on with the first quarter moon, which is its purpose. And so how will I know which key is gonna be the one to unlock this door? And will I find it in time? On Wednesday the 11th, we see Mercury finally clear that retrograde shadow at 4 degrees of Virgo, which means we are able to wrap things up, baby. We have learned our lessons. We have hopefully put things where they belong now. We've sorted through the facts and the figures, and we've gotten a sense of what we're able to prove or continue practicing at this time. And with this, on the same day, we see Mercury clear of its shadow, making a sextile to Mars in Cancer at 4 degrees. So this might mean that we're able to act right away on what it is we feel called to pursue now. Mercury is like, okay, check, we're done with that retrograde. Now here's a step I'm ready to take immediately. The next day, Thursday the 12th, we see the sun in Virgo make its square to Jupiter in Gemini at 20 degrees. Okay, so we just talked about how Jupiter in Gemini is like maybe a little overwhelmed with all the options. What is the fact? What facts give me the most praise or accolade, or what role am I able to take on more responsibility here with all these facts? Which pathway do I want? The sun in Virgo making that square might feel a sense of wanting to be bigger than itself, wanting to amplify its presence. This could mean that we are trying out even more different options. This is a square being ruled by Mercury, now clear of its shadow and home in Virgo. So maybe we're able to somehow make sense of all of these things. Maybe we're able to figure out, again, what steps are going to be the most proven or are going to allow us a deeper sense of practice here. The challenge might be that we are tempted to take on more than we can handle at this time. And Virgo can be the kind of sign that's like, no, I can do all of it. And can we? Should we? Should we? Might be the real question. On Saturday the 14th, we see Venus at home in Libra making a trine to that Jupiter in Gemini at 20 degrees. Okay, so if we can't do all of it ourselves, which is the question we just raised with the sun making that square, Venus is like, you know who could help me? You know who I could reach out to and connect with? You know what resources I could find that could help me do it all? Maybe that's good. Maybe that's a little stressful. Again, Venus is at home here in Libra, and Jupiter is in detriment out there in Gemini. There might be more temptation and more persuasion here from Jupiter to say, no, I can definitely do it all. And Venus saying, yes, let's make it all happen. And we might want to be mindful of what kind of connections would we need to forge to make all that happen? And is that something we really want to take on? Overall, though, this is a positive energy. This is a connection of benevolence. Maybe there's some humor we can find here in all right, I can't do all of it, but I can delegate some of this to someone else. On Sunday the 15th, we see Mars in Cancer make a square to its charge, the Aries North Node at 6 degrees. Okay, so this is where some of our choices will push us toward that Aries North Node path or away from it back toward the Libra South Node. All right, this is maybe a tricky one. We want to lean into Cancer vibes to help us move toward that Aries North Node. To read more about this, I direct you toward Alice Sparkly Cat's article on nodal benders. All right, so Cancer is the future sign from Aries. If we want to, in the face of a bender, nodal bender, move toward Aries, we want to embrace Cancer because that will help us move toward the future. We want to shift away from the Libra South Node. But Mars is in detriment here in Cancer. Mars is ruling the North Node in Aries. The North Node in Aries is contradicting the narrative of Mars in Cancer by emphasizing the individual, by emphasizing independence. And I'm going to put that in quotations because Western culture loves to really hyper-focus on independence as you should be able to do what you want on your own without having to care about anyone else. If you can't, sucks to be you. The real message underneath this square is by assisting others or by caring about other people, I can actually activate my own sense of interdependence. Again, that feels contradictory, but we are challenged here in this moment to choose where mutual care or tending to the tender is actually aligned with what's being asked of us and activated in that Aries North Node. No man is an island, all right? And again, our culture can glorify the 5 people in our culture who can actually do whatever they want at any time and don't have to hear no from anybody. But is that really the world that we want to live in? And is that really a world that can help us grow as a people? I think you might find the answer is no. So in these choices that we are met with around this time, we might want to recognize what is kind of too good to be true in order of getting, in the sense of getting our own way, and recognize where a little bit of care for others can actually help us get where we want to go as leaders or as pioneers. On Monday the 16th, we see Venus in Libra opposing Chiron retrograde in Aries at 22 degrees. Okay. Whew. You know, this is one of those sort of tender transits where we feel like, I am trying to keep the balance over here. I'm trying to play nice and facilitate some sort of compromise here. And yet I can't help but remember when I tried to initiate something and it was thrown back in my face, or it was denied, or it was mocked. There might be a sense of alienation crisis here at this opposition. We might feel lonely, and maybe that compels us to bend a la Libra in order to avoid the pain that gets triggered in Chiron to such a degree that we actually are just reinforcing more of that pain. We might want to remember here, when have I sacrificed myself before to placate some sort of peace in the moment that actually ate away at me and denied me my authenticity under the surface in the long term? On Tuesday the 17th, we have our first full moon eclipse in Pisces at 25 degrees. All right, y'all, we'll really dig into this in the full moon video, but to put it simply, we are opening up to some new themes, to some new possibilities. We can't predict what's going to be coming in at this eclipse because that's what eclipses do, y'all. They open up portals, all right, for influences to enter over the next several months. We might get clearer on what is entering in the 6-month period between this lunation and when Pisces season arrives. So just know that this Pisces part of our chart is now going to be subject to change. On Wednesday the 18th, we see Mercury in Virgo come through and make that same opposition to Saturn retrograde in Pisces that the Sun made shortly before. more feelings of perhaps alienation or separation. What we are trying to conduct over here in Virgo is coming across some sense of limitation over here in Pisces. Is what I'm tinkering on actually connected to some of my broader goals? Am I receiving support for my thoughts and ideas over here? And the feeling that really comes up for us at the time might be no. However, again, this is a fleeting transit. This may be more something that we perceive at this time than what ends up happening in the long run. It might feel like we are sort of following our own path currently. That might be okay, because on Thursday the 19th, we see the sun move through into that trine to Uranus retrograde in Taurus at 27 degrees. Whoever we have felt limited in becoming, or whatever ideas we have felt sort of not landing or not finding support, the sun is coming through and integrating some of those new opportunities, new changes that Venus came through and made earlier this season. So there may be a new pathway opening up for us, where Saturn sort of cut us off and made something unapproachable. The sun is finding a new pathway and opening up to new possibilities. On Friday the 20th, the sun in Virgo makes the same opposition to Neptune retrograde in Pisces that Venus did at 29 degrees. Okay, again, another crisis of faith. If we're opening up to new pathways and we're leading into the innovation that's opening up to us, that means change is happening. And oh my God, everything else I thought I was becoming though, what is that? Where do I put that? Was none of that real? We have that same challenge of trusting perhaps and believing that what we're moving toward, what's opening up for us via Uranus, is actually going to feel like it has the same potential as whatever we have to leave behind in order to take that new pathway. We end Virgo season on Saturday the 21st with Mercury in Virgo coming through to make that square to Jupiter in Gemini at 20 degrees, and the sun at the end of Virgo making a trine to Pluto hanging out at that final degree of Capricorn. So a little bit of contradictory energy here. Mercury ruling Gemini, they're kind of antithetical energies. Mercury is facts and figures and here on the ground. Jupiter is philosophies and possibilities out here in the atmosphere. Mercury ruling Gemini and ruling Jupiter may feel like Mercury's trying to kind of pull in the reins, but Jupiter is kind of like, you can't confine me, even though you're ruling me. I am still the biggest planet in this system. And we might have some, this might be a doozy, right? Like whenever Mercury is confronting Jupiter, and we'll see more of that toward the end of the year when Mercury is in Sagittarius opposing Jupiter and they're in mutual reception. Things to look forward to. We might have a surplus of ideas and Mercury might be a bit overwhelmed in how we're going to approach all of them. We might want to write things down at this time. We might want to take note of the ideas that are surfacing and not feel compelled to act on all of them right now, but just get curious if we can about like, whoa, this is all very interesting. Let me get methodical in logging all of this so that I can sort of sort it out later. But right now is not the moment. This is just the moment to really just log all of what's coming up for us. We might connect with other people and have conversations about where the possibilities could take us, but let's not hope to solve anything right now. And as our final aspect, the sun making that trine to Pluto that we saw Venus make, right? That we are just like really integrating, really, again, taking what we've seen throughout the whole season, seeing what instincts it's connected to within us, gaining a deeper understanding of how we're growing beneath the surface, right? We've seen sort of what we want to become outside of us. We've seen what we hope to be able to grow into moving forward. But right now, really sitting in the present and even exploring some of the past of what is this connected to in terms of where I've come from and how can I start to integrate this into who I'm becoming now? Okay, we have explored the highlights of the season. Let's go ahead and shift to the tarot portion of tonight's programming. We will be looking at, of course, the Strength card as our card of the year and we'll pull out the Hermit to get a sense of how these stories influence each other and what's coming up for this Virgo season. Pay attention and take notes here, because this is not only prescriptive for what we'll be seeing over the course of this Virgo season, but this is the same sequence of cards that we'll be moving from as we leave the Strength year and move into 2025's Hermit year. So themes activated now have the potential to reveal to us some of what we'll be exploring more deeply in the new year. All right, we will take a look at those cards, get a sense of what those narratives look like, and then we'll shift into our readings for each sign. So stay tuned. Okay, let's start off by talking a bit about our cards for the season. Now, of course, hanging out with the Strength card for the year of 2024. A quick recap of those themes includes instincts, intuition, our gut, being in touch with our inner processes, making friends with our fears, and understanding how they steer us, making peace with the feral within, and keeping the feral in balance with our intellect, keeping the conscious and the unconscious tethered so that we have awareness and integrity. The Hermit is the card that follows Strength. And as we explore themes of the feral within and how that remains, or how we keep that in balance with our kind of instinct, our intuition, our intellect, we move from this sort of gut process into like an inner wisdom process. So this part of the major arcana certainly keeps us in an inner framework. We are navigating our own schemas. We are navigating our own sort of foundational education, what we've learned, and how we can remain in contact with what we've learned so that we keep those things conscious, and therefore we can work with them instead of having them work against us. The Hermit, as I mentioned a moment ago, is the card that we will be exploring in 2025, since the Hermit follows Strength. So that gives us a really beautiful kind of moment of insight into what the themes of 2025 will look like as they unfold. Kind of cool that we see our first Pisces full moon eclipse, and 2025 will be when the North Node officially shifts into Pisces. So nice little overlap there, seeing how things connect. The Hermit is the card of Virgo. It's all about going within in order to find the answers. Oftentimes we are driven, compelled to seek answers outside of us. We might feel this currently showing up for us as the South Node transiting through Libra, where we externalize our needs or our hopes or our dreams to see if anyone outside of us will validate those. Will you make this real with me? Okay, great. Then I can accept your validation as proof that this is a good idea or something worth pursuing. Well, we're letting go of that Libra South Node. We're letting go of that tendency to externalize and instead shifting inward to find the answers within ourselves. This certainly helps us understand why working on Strength right now is important, because if we're allowing the unconscious and the feral within to rule us without our awareness, then the answers within us are not going to really make sense in the world we're trying to move through outside of us. We may find validation within that just amplifies instincts that are out of touch, instincts that are based off of faulty programming, etc. So we'll want to be mindful of what those instincts are and how they compel us to act on the world stage. And we'll want to get a relationship with what seeking validation within ourselves looks like. If this is something we deny ourselves, we're going to want to get clear on why that is. If this is something we go within but don't listen to, we're going to want to get clear on why that is. If this is a place we go into and we get stuck, we're going to want to know why that is. So we'll certainly be exploring the link between these two cards and the themes they ask us to investigate. And it certainly bodes well, going back to what I said in the beginning there, where Mercury is not even in the chat when we start Virgo season. Mercury eventually re-enters the chat once it has stationed direct and moved through its shadow. And so this does ask us to slow down, to understand what it is that we seek within ourselves and whether or not we listen to it. So this is a beautiful time to invite ourselves to get a closer look at this process for ourselves, whether we refuse to go inside and seek answers within ourselves, whether we don't trust those answers within ourselves, whether we externalize everything out of fear of our own trust or listening to our own wisdom, whether we've allowed that wisdom to develop in such a capacity that supports our growth at this time. Okay, so from here, you can go ahead and check out the timestamps to hear the forecast for your rising sign. You can also listen to your sun and or your moon. Take whatever resonates, leave behind the rest. This is a general reading, so not everything is going to land, but there may be some really important insight for you. So head on over and I'll see you there. Welcome, Virgo, to your season forecast. All right, so I usually roll through the houses. I'm gonna try to keep it a little looser, keeping in mind that not everyone is reading whole sign, keeping in mind that we can invite in some flexibility here. So as we explore the Virgo season forecast, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Venus, and Mercury eventually hanging out in your first house. That means we have Mercury starting the season in your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end. All right, that much is certainly true. If you are a Virgo rising, that means Leo is not on your ascendant and Leo is hanging out in your 12th house. Okay, Mercury could certainly be moving through your 11th house of friends and communities, as well as hopes and dreams for the future. And then moving through your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end. All right, eventually making its way into your first house of self and how you move through the world. We'll see Venus enter your second house of my stuff, my resources, my skills, my money, and what I do to make that money. Even if Venus entering Libra is still in your first house, Libra is probably the cusp of your second house. So that transit will at least be impacting that second house. We have a first quarter moon in your 4th house. We could say 3rd or 4th house there. 3rd house of immediate environments, peers, siblings, neighbors, the mind and how we communicate. 4th house of home, origin story, land, emotional body. We see Pluto making its way back into your 5th house of true love, self-expression, children, play, joy. Saturn and Neptune are hanging out either in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body, or your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, enemy, lover, or business partner. And that is also where we will have our first full moon eclipse. We've got the North Node and Chiron hanging out in your either 7th house of one-on-one relationships or your 8th house of shared resources. My landlord, my boss, my spouse, my ancestors, my psychology. Uranus, at this point towards the end of Taurus, is probably in your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, higher learning, beliefs, philosophy. Mars and Jupiter and our 3rd quarter moon could be in or straddling your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, tradition. That Gemini first quarter moon is early at 3 degrees, so it could very well be in your 9th house of everything I just mentioned. Faraway travel, other cultures, philosophy, beliefs. We see, last but not least, Mars making its way through your 10th house into your 11th house of hopes and dreams of the future, friends, and communities. Okay, we've got some prompts for today. Validation I need from myself now, and a blockage or wound here. How to soften this blockage or wound, and a gift I discover as I travel within. We're gonna roll the dice, see what else we need to know, or anything that stands out. And we'll look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories are kind of brewing beneath the surface here. Okay. Ooh, okay. So we've got a major to start with. Stories brewing under the surface here. Something is ready to end. Not in the aggressive or sudden or like palpably stressful 10 of Swords way, but in a thoughtful, kind of big picture, chapter closing kind of way. This is, of course, affiliated with Saturn, and we just acknowledge that Saturn's hanging out in your 7th house, maybe your 6th house. What kind of relationships are you ending? What commitments to work or time or body are you ending? Are you overworked and it's time to put something down? Has a relationship, whether lover, friend, business, or enemy, reached an end point? You are seeking closure in some sense. And let's also look at what we started off talking about with Mercury wrapping up its retrograde in your 12th house of endings and karma, and what it all means in the end, and me and my maker, and my mental health, right? So this is your chart ruler, Virgo, or your sun or moon ruler. And there is some story that this retrograde, I'm guessing, has brought to a close in some way. Or perhaps you are reaching that realization and seeking that closure as this retrograde ends and as Mercury begins to move forward. So much noise happening outside. Oh, how rude. So let's get a look at what else is going on here. I mean, everything's reversed. So we can certainly see some things being reviewed or being stepped away from or out of. Validation I need from myself now. Ooh, this showed up as the last card in our Aquarius full moon video, which is probably the cusp of your 6th house. Maybe that moon took place fully in your 6th house, right? Okay. And when we pulled this card, we talked about this was the, card representing what we could prepare to release as the light of the full moon began to wane. And we talked about ending a story where you're not able to defend yourself. So, or where you're not standing up for yourself, or where you're not protecting how far you've come, or standing up for who you've become and the choices you've made to this point. So, Virgo, do you need the validation that you have the right to defend your choices? Do you need validation that you are entitled to fight for or defend yourself in some way? Defend what you've created or earned or how far you've come? And are you seeking that validation outside of yourself? That certainly seems connected to a Leo Mercury finishing its retrograde. Leo for the 12th house is very much only me and my God see my true self, right? Leo is the sign that is like entitled to life, right? And to have that in your 12th house might feel like only on my own do I really see myself fully for who I am. only on my own or only with my maker, whether that's creator, God, universe, spirit, however you work with the world. Or maybe you don't. Maybe you don't engage with spirit in any way. Maybe you are a very practical Virgo who says there is no divine design. However you experience this, only you see your beliefs for what they really are, right? When we see Leo in that 12th house space. And I'm thinking about how only you and your views on the world can really know what's going to be true to you, what's worth defending. Only you can give yourself the validation to fight for something, to advocate for something, to stand up for something. And you might be waiting for someone else to come tell you that it's okay. Thinking back to that 2nd house south node, or maybe even the 3rd house, right? Or maybe in the 1st house, maybe that south node, because it's at 6 degrees of Libra now, maybe it's in your 1st house, okay? And maybe there's a part of you that has been very codependent on other people's opinions regarding how you move through the world, all right? And so what is being asked of you there is to release that tendency, to release that need for someone else to come tell you what you can fight for and what is worth fighting for and what you're entitled to protect. A blockage or a wound here. Interesting to see that reversed. So the 4 of Swords can be a very 12th house space. It's where I go to rest. It's where I go to kind of escape the noise of the world. This is also giving maybe like 4th house, if Sagittarius is your 4th house. You know, in whole sign it is. Maybe your IC is there, all right? And so there is a need to go within. And I'm kind of making a connection here between the Hermit and the 4 reversed. There is a need to go within. Do you resist going within? Like, do you resist going in, or is there an opposite problem where when you do go in, you struggle to come back out? Thinking about that 12th house again, thinking about the 4th house perhaps. What's your relationship to your emotional body? What's your relationship to your inner processes? I mean, the larger narrative here is calling us to pay attention to the fact that we might not trust those, right? And so if you're seeking validation outside of yourself, the way to find the validation is to go within. But if you're resisting that process, you're never going to actually clear out or like clear a path away from all of the noise in order to get that rest, in order to get that insight, in order to get that validation. If you do go in there and you get stuck in there, then perhaps you get trapped in a feedback loop of, well, I validated myself at first, but then I doubted it, and then I didn't know how to come back out and actually commit to it, so now I'm just trapped in here. Okay. How to soften this blockage or wound. Okay. Yeah. So we might need to kind of interrogate what other truths within ourselves we are resisting. That is very interesting and really pointing us back to that Mercury in the 12th house that is currently retrograde. That is ruling your ascendant and any other planets you have there, or is ruling your sun and or moon, if that's what you are here to listen to. I don't want to go within because there's other stuff in there I'm not ready for, is what this Ace of Swords adds to this story. I don't want to go in there because I don't feel like I'm in control of what happens when I go in there. We see some strength. I'm ignoring my feral animal within because it's out of control and I don't know how to tame it. And once I go in there, all bets are off. There's no guarantees, and I don't know what I'm going to open myself up to. It's kind of giving Moon reversed in the translation of I don't want to slow down and go in there because there's scary monsters in there. And the truth is that those monsters are your friends and they just want your attention. And the same can be said about this Ace of Swords. I actually need those truths within me. We have talked about how the Ace of Swords is really the only, like, maybe welcoming sword that there is on this journey. So it makes a lot of sense that we would resist the Ace of Swords, because once we open up to the Ace of Swords, the rest of the swords follow, and we don't want to go through that process of anxiety. We don't want a reason to doubt ourselves or question ourselves. So why listen to myself in the first place? Why listen to myself in the first place if I am fearful that there will be a trail of anxiety that follows? Giving me a sense of what this world is asking for. Can I end this process? Can I release this function? Can I mean, look, if we don't want to open to the Ace of Swords, and we don't want to take time to go inside, or we're scared we're not going to make it back out, and we don't know what's worth defending, then we kind of just keep everything, one, out of our control, and two, ongoing indefinitely. I'm getting a sense that if you actually went in there and looked, you would find some things that you're actually done putting up with. Things that you've said yes to, that you've said yes to because they were being validated by other people. And you might realize some things that you don't actually want to be connected to anymore. But if you do that, that might be really scary. What if you lose connections to those people? What if you lose some of your own resources or your access to shared resources if you don't comply with something that someone else is asking you to? The gift I discover as I travel within. Calm. Putting down the fight. So interesting. I don't know what to defend or what is worth defending or whether I'm worthy of defending it. But actually, if I go within myself, I'll find peace in there. It's kind of an interesting companion to the Four of Swords. It's like I don't want to go in there, but actually that is where the fight stops. I have the answer to putting down these wands, to putting down this battle. Conversely, I could see this as a gift I receive when I go within is lighting my own fire, rather than having to be out here and like fight other people to get that fire lit. There's something about stepping out of conflict, which is funny because like the Four of Swords upright is about I'm taking a break before there's more conflict. And here is sort of telling us like I don't actually have to fight. Maybe we don't go in there because we recognize that when we come back out, we'll have to step back into the Five of Swords. And we just don't have the strength. We don't have the time. We don't know what that even feels like. What if that feels so foreign to us? Okay. So the gift is stepping out of combat, stepping out of conflict, putting an end to the battle. Maybe taking myself out of the race in some way. Let's roll these dice. Okay, Saturn. Just being obvious over there. Scorpio. And 9. Okay. Uranus in that 9th house, receiving those trines from Venus and from the sun toward the end of the season. Maybe we're opening up to, and maybe that's, yeah, maybe we are, there's like a belief system that wants to be shattered here. Man. But perhaps that belief system has been really fundamental to who you've become or who you've been becoming, right? And we talked a little bit about the Sun and Mercury making oppositions to Saturn. And if we're opening up to this new genius or this new possibility or these new opportunities, and we're stepping away from who we've been and how we've been becoming that vision of ourselves. And we talked a little bit about the alienation that occurs there and the grief when we let go of that old self. I'm thinking about how those new beliefs, no matter how problematic they've been comfortable to us, right? They've gotten us this far. And that can be really painful to let go of. Mars is shifting from Gemini into Cancer. So where Mars is now, hanging out in your 9th or your 10th house, can't see the Scorpio house in your chart, which is in whole sign, your 3rd house. Maybe start somewhere in your 2nd house. So we can't see the 2nd house of values, my resources, my skills, and how I use them. That's alienating from ourselves. Or if it's in your 3rd house proper, we can't see how this is impacting our mind and how we communicate. Definitely seeing that show up here. Mars will again shift into Cancer and will be able to see Scorpio, the sign it is ruling, for the first time in 6 weeks, which is how long it has been hanging out here in Gemini, or the total length of its time here in this sign. So there is some perhaps call to go within while we can't see that Scorpio house. And perhaps once Mars can gain visibility of that Scorpio house, again, once it moves into Cancer, then there's sort of an understanding of where Mars is taking us, right? And again, Cancer is likely the cusp of your 11th house, hopes and dreams for the future. I don't know what to fight for in the present moment. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know how to take a rest because maybe I can't stand to lose this momentum, even if the momentum comes at the cost of my own authenticity or agency. Okay. So really tuning in then to those truths within. This, again, kind of being, of course, what leads us to the 4 of Swords eventually. We drew some parallels here. Starting with those small truths within ourselves and honoring those and giving space to those will open us up to the ability to fully go within and find the answers within us. But we're not really open to even the small truths that may disrupt our sense of peace right now, or our sense of complacency, or our sense of things being, things are what they are, and that is better than not knowing what's going to happen next. All right, Virgo, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like if you will. Maybe share it with someone with some Virgo placements who needs to listen to their inner self, and subscribe so that we can talk more about Libra, that South Node journey, and what the sun is going to continue to pull you away from as you release needing validation from those outside of you. I'll see you then. Welcome, Libra, to your Virgo season forecast. As we explore Virgo season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Venus, and Mercury moving through your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, my mental health. Maybe we start off Virgo season in your 11th house, if you've got some Virgo up there in Placidus. And that's the house of friendships and communities, as well as hopes and dreams for the future. Venus will inevitably make its way into your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. And we also have Mercury starting off in your potentially 11th house space of hopes and dreams for the future before making its way into that 12th house space. We have a 1st quarter moon potentially in your 3rd house of peers, siblings, environment, neighborhood, communication, and the mind. Or maybe that's where the cusp of your Gemini, Sagittarius house is. There we go. We've got Pluto making its way back into your 4th house of home, origin story, emotional body, land, family. Saturn, Neptune, and our first full moon eclipse are in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. Maybe it straddles into your 5th house of children, true love, play, self-expression, creativity. The North Node and Chiron are in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, enemy, or business partner. Maybe at this point, if you're a later degree Libra rising, for example, perhaps at this point, the North Node at 6 degrees has moved into your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. We see Uranus most likely at this point in your 8th house of shared resources, my landlord, my boss, my spouse, my ancestors, my psychology. Mars, Jupiter, and our 3rd quarter moon are in your 9th house. Maybe since the 3rd quarter moon is so early at 3 degrees, it's in your 8th house as well. But that 9th house, cusp, I'm guessing, higher learning, beliefs, philosophies, faraway travel, other cultures. Last but not least, we see Mars making its way probably into your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, and tradition. We've got some prompts for today. Validation I need from myself now, and a blockage or wound here. How to soften this blockage or wound, and a gift I discover as I travel within. We'll look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories are brewing beneath the surface, and we will roll our dice to find out anything else we need to know at this time. Okay. Love this for you, Libra. Okay. Something's out of balance. What? We knew that. With the South Node moving through your 1st house. Maybe it's dipped into your 12th house by now. Let me know in the comments where this is happening for you. Where does 6 degrees of Libra fall in your chart? I love that we have a 6 for that 6th degree. So, upright, this card tells us a story about fair exchange. Sometimes I am the tree and I am giving when I have a surplus. Sometimes I am the hand and I feel okay receiving. And sometimes we switch those roles in healthy situations. We trust that others will be the tree for us when we need, and we trust that, or others can trust, that we will be the tree when we are needed. Upside down, reversed, this tells us a story where we are stuck in one of those functions. Are you always the tree, Libra? Are you always giving and then expecting something in return, and no one plays the tree for you? That's a bummer. Are you always the hand? Do you feel as though you can never be strong enough to be the tree? And what feelings does that bring up for you? Do you feel guilt about that? Do you feel unworthy? Do you feel bad? Do you feel bad about yourself if you are always the hand, right? So let's see what else is here. But there's certainly a story of there's not a give and take. And that is really going to wear down a Libra, isn't it? You might have been putting up with that for a long time, whichever side of this equation you fall on. You might have been in a state of compromise where you feel bound to whatever this arrangement is. And yet what we know through the South Node is that it's not going to work no more. It's not going to work no more. Venus is going to come hit that South Node as it enters your 1st house. Venus is going to be like, girl, this ain't it. So let's see what else is here. Validation I need from myself now. Oh, this was at the bottom of the deck for Virgos. Okay. What needs to end, Libra? Only you can prevent forest fires. Now, only you can call it. Okay. Ooh, if you're exhausted from, again, being stuck on whatever end of this arrangement you are stuck on, but you're waiting for someone else to be the one to end it, you're going to be waiting for a long time. You probably already have been waiting for a long time. It's a major, so we're starting this process this season. Will probably take you some time. Good thing the South Node will be here in Libra through January, so No rush. I know it's hard to muster up the courage to listen to the instincts that are saying, this has to end. Bye, 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 bye. Okay. Only you can get that closure. Only you can stop this hourglass. Okay? Only you can flip it. Only you can say that this is done. If you're looking for someone else to tell you it's okay to call it, you're probably asking someone who is benefiting from this current arrangement, or who isn't seeing the full picture clearly, or who isn't living it enough to know how it actually feels. Again, this is your story. You have to decide when the chapters come to a close. A blockage or wound here. So curious. Oof, that anxiety. Oof, oof, oof. Especially because it's an 8, which means I'm already this far in. But it's been such a long time. But I've let this go on too long. So long that I've closed my eyes to it. I don't want to open them because then I'll see how deep in this I am. And I'll see how far away from myself I've gotten. So it's easier to just stay closed off to it. I want to keep ignoring it. It is more comfortable for me. No, it's not. It's more comfortable for maintaining this false sense of equilibrium that you've convinced yourself is good enough for you. We're going to obviously see some more cards here, but some classic Libra stories are, but I'd rather have this person in my life than risk losing them. Okay, well, if they're taking advantage of you or they're keeping you in a place of helplessness, that's not a person who's actually got your best interest at heart. And therefore, you are sacrificing yourself for nothing. I'm sorry, that sounds really harsh. But as a Libra South Node myself, these are lessons I am having to learn too. So I'm giving you a little bit of tough love here. It's not worth it to stay here. We know what happens as the swords continue. The swords are already surrounding us here at this point. If we continue into the 9, we become completely alienated from our sense of self. And if we make it all the way to 10, then it's ending in a way that is out of our control anyway. But it is ending. So you're not preventing an ending by remaining complicit in this. You are surrendering control to someone else about what that ending looks like. Don't lie to yourself here. Don't think that you are escaping some pain. The pain is going to be there regardless of whether you call it now and challenge yourself to listen to these instincts and go within for those answers, or if you hand someone the reins and let them end it whenever they're done keeping you helpless, or they've completely killed your tree. I'll let that just hit for a moment. Oh, it's hitting me. Oof. Yeah. How to soften this blockage or wound. Oh, this is so cool. Aw, I love this for you. Recognize that you have the tools right now. Maybe you don't have the tools you think you need to completely become suddenly independent. Maybe you don't have the tools right now to suddenly grow this tree back to what it was. But you've got some tools right now, Libra. All right. And something funny about this 8 of Swords is that not only is it preventing you from seeing the bad or the pain in this situation, but it's also preventing you from seeing the good and what you do have access to, and your agency and your sense of timing and your own inner magic. That's what happens when we numb and we refuse to go within. Let's also point out that we've got Mercury here and Virgo here. So we're really emphasizing the mercurial elements of this moment. Not only are you blocking out what you don't want to see, it's kind of like, I'm sorry that this is the metaphor I'm coming up with, but here's just what happened. It's like when we take antibiotics, okay? We take them to kill the bad, and that's helpful, but it also kills off the good. We don't have a way of just targeting specific things and getting rid of those things, all right? Or like, Something we could extend that into something like radiation treatment, right? It's going to kill off the bad, but we have to then also replenish the good. So what you're closing yourself off to is not just the pain of calling this or ending this, but it's also the magic of what you could begin. Oh, damn. I'm going to pat myself on the back for that because that was dope. Not only are you closing yourself off to the tools you have access to, as well as the agency that you have available to yourself right now, but you are also closing yourself off to new beginnings. This is the last card of the major arcana. This is technically not the first card, it's the second card. But the first one is the Fool, where we jump, right? The second one is where we go, oh, now that I've jumped, I see what's available to me. But we can't really see what's available to us until we jump and leave. Okay. A gift I discover as I travel within. Oh, what? I can't believe you got this card. No one else gets to have this now. Libra. Libra, the North Node is in your 7th house. As you're pulling away from who you've been and where you've made oh man, the word I wanted just escaped me. I'll say allowances, where you've made allowances thus far to try to keep the peace, to keep people in your life. The same way that we said, if you keep your eyes shut, not only are you closing out the bad, but you're also closing out the good. The longer you hold on to what you currently have, the less you're opening yourself up to other possibilities of who could be in your life. If you're just going to say to yourself, I accept this, this is as good as it's going to get, you're fucking right. That is as good as it's going to get. That's going to be it. You're just going to stay here in this inequality. It might seem counterintuitive to go within yourself and to figure out what these instincts are telling you and to actually honor them and listen to them and validate them for yourself. Thinking, well, if I just do that for me, then I'm not letting anyone else in. Oh, wait, baby girl, you will absolutely let someone else in. If anything, going in here might allow you to open up to, oh, what kind of people do I want to be open to next? What kind of people do I want to bring in this space? This is balance, right? Like, these are two equals. Let's compare this card and this card. These are two equals. They're facing each other. They are different, but they are complementary. They are open to each other's feelings. They want to hear from each other. They want to connect. This is not that. This is gimme, gimme, gimme. This is be dependent upon me and don't take from anyone else. That is a hierarchy. This is a partnership. I don't know if this is specifically about people. I don't know if this is specifically about romantic relationships. Maybe it's friendships. Maybe it's business partners. Maybe it's, I don't know, you tell me, but there is some sort of hierarchy in your current relationships, my love. And it is keeping you small. And it is keeping you dependent. And don't think, oh, I'm always the tree and therefore I'm in control. No, you're not. No, you're not. Because you've been conditioned to keep giving and you're not allowed to share. It's like there's one hand here that's like, no, fuck these other hands. Just listen to my hand. Just give to me. Let's cut away from the idea that you have control over whatever side of this you are on. This is where the balance is. Only by going within, only by assessing what your tools are, only by looking at what you are capable of in this moment. It doesn't need to be whatever big thing you've convinced yourself it needs to be in order to like fully sever this tie or like get so far away that no one can ever say a bad word about you. We're letting go of the Libra stuff. We're letting go of the idea that you have to please everyone. Someone wants to please you. And only you can go inside and figure out what you have the tools to carve out for yourself in this moment to create that space for that person to come please you. Let's roll the dice. And I don't want to tell you, like, I think it's a really stressful idea that in our I don't know, our very romanticized society, we're like, leave that person so that you can immediately find that right person. That's stressful too. Like, you need some time to process. So let's not romanticize the idea that like that person is waiting for you just the moment that you leave this behind. I think that's some of what this hermit is calling for, is to go within and say, I want to access this gift. I want to know what this is even going to look like. I need to pause and take a break and allow some instinctual reprogramming and allow myself to validate for me that this does need to end. And in that process, I can even just start to open up to what I'd like to see this look like. What does having an equal partnership look like to me? All right, so I'm not here telling you like, manifest your dream partner, because I'm not that girl. I think that's really stressful, and I don't know. Heteronormative? I don't know. But only you can open yourself up to what this is going to look like. And you're never going to see what this would actually look like for yourself if you don't open your eyes and first step out of these swords, and do so by tuning into what you do have in the present moment. All right, so Gemini jumped out, and I was certainly thinking about Mars ruling your 7th house, right? Regardless of where the North Node is at this point. Your 7th house cusp is still Aries. So Mars in Gemini, in your 9th house space, most likely, maybe some of your 8th house, probably some of your 9th house. Also Jupiter, right? Jupiter's up there. Jupiter's ruling that 3rd house space where we have our first quarter moon. So that Gemini, like 9th house space, what are your beliefs, babe? Do you believe yourself to be unworthy? Do you believe, have old facts been filed away indefinitely in your 9th house of how I really view myself in the rest of the world? Is Mars up there connecting with Jupiter and squaring Saturn, trying to prove to you that it's time to change some of those perspectives? It's time to break away, Mars, from a lot of those false facts. And as Mars does that, Mars is sending all that information home to your 7th house. We are defying old belief systems so that we can actually get a better understanding, Gemini, of what a one-on-one relationship is supposed to feel like, Aries, where I get to be myself, Aries, where I get to be activated, Aries. We did talk about Venus making that opposition to Chiron from your 1st to your 7th, maybe even your 2nd to your 8th, depending on how big Libra is in your chart in Placidus. And that's definitely going to feel like, oh man, but some other time I tried to do this and someone didn't like it or respect it. Well, that is a bummer of a story, and it's time to rewrite that, Mars says, in that Gemini space. Mercury is ruling that. Mercury is ruling that while retrograde, so it's something you're working on right now. Is Mercury ending its retrograde in your house of friendships and communities and hopes and dreams of the future? Is that really stressful for you because you aren't able to think about what your future will look like if you sever ties with or close something in the present moment? Is Mercury doing this from your, Mercury will be moving through your 12th house, right? Same with the sun. Let's just remember that. All of these planets moving through Virgo currently in your 12th house of endings, unraveling what you've been in order to prepare you to start a new cycle. I don't know why I'm singing to you. It just feels very Libra. Maybe it's me softening the tough love that I'm giving you right now. So Mercury is taking you on a journey. Hermit is a very 12th house space, right? Me and my maker, me and my creator, me and my universe, me and spirit, whatever that looks like for you. Mercury is challenging you in that way, okay? And Venus, your chart ruler, or your sun or moon ruler, is ruling that 8th house space where Uranus is, which, if it is truly your 8th house, that's trying to shake you out of some old bonds that don't serve you anymore. Who's taking advantage? Who's manipulating your shared resources? It's time to spring free, cutie. It's time to spring free. All right, Libra, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like. Please share with a fellow Libra, perhaps, who is also afraid to open their eyes to how far they've gotten in here and how they need to look at the tools they have in front of themselves to dig their way out. And subscribe so we can talk about Libra season as the sun enters into that first house and Mercury moves into that first house, and we can see what the ending of this 12th house journey and this current chapter is going to open up for you as we start your astrological year. I hope to see you there. Welcome, Scorpio, to your Virgo season forecast. Okay. As we explore Virgo season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Venus, and eventually Mercury moving through your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future and friends and communities. Maybe it's starting off in your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, and tradition. But it's likely that Scorpio is your 11th house cusp, so it'll impact that space. We'll see Venus moving into your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, my mental health. We see a first quarter moon probably in your second house, maybe in your first house of self, but impacting that second house of my stuff, my resources, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. We see Pluto making its way back into your third house of the mind, communication, peers, siblings, immediate environment, neighborhood. Saturn and Neptune are hanging out and anticipating our first full moon eclipse here in your 5th house, or impacting your 5th house of true love, children, joy, play, self-expression. The North Node has been hanging out with Chiron in your 6th house of, maybe the North Node has moved into your 5th house actually, since it's made it to the early degrees of Aries now. But I'm pretty sure Chiron is smack somewhere in your 6th house of health, time, routine, and the body. Uranus in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, business partner, or enemy. It's possible that Uranus has slipped into your 8th house of shared resources, which is where Mars and Jupiter and our 3rd quarter moon are. Shared resources including my landlord, my boss, my spouse, my ancestors, my psychology. Last but not least, we see Mars making its way into your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, higher learning, religion, philosophy. We have prompts today. Validation I need from myself now, and a blockage or wound here. How to soften this blockage or wound, and a gift I discover as I travel within. Look at the bottom of the deck, as always, to see what fun stories are. Well, hello from the High Priestess. She says, what's good? What's up? Okay, we'll see if she shows up later, but that's a nice little hint at some maybe like intuitive themes for you this month. I was saying, we'll look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories brew beneath the surface today. And we will roll our trusty dice to get a sense of any other stories that stand out at this time. All right. Okay, Knight of Swords. Pursuing new truths, breaking out of old stagnant frameworks. Sounds very you, Scorpio, right? I refuse to take this at face value. I'm going to go find the truth on my own. We'll see if there's other court cards here, but this feels very connected to you. Thinking about Pluto kind of dipping back into that 3rd house for a final pass. wrapping up any, what's been unearthed there for the past 16 years for you in your mind, in how you communicate, right? What have you been breaking free of in that space? Okay, maybe some trines to Uranus that are taking place this month also awaken something for you, especially since these are planets passing through your houses of communication. I'm saying yes, 3, 7, and 11 are all houses of communication, how we connect with other people. So having this concentration of earth bodies moving through these spaces this month and connecting with Uranus, who's been hanging out in your 7th house for some time, there may be some mental awakenings happening for you. Okay, let's see what else is happening here. Validation I need from myself now. Ooh. Coming in hot with this 9 of Swords. All right. Already. Yes. Some themes here. Okay. Let's unpack the 9 of Swords. It's a tense one. It's an unpleasant one. This means we've gotten so far into this lie. Okay. This false way of being. These false values. We've gotten so far into this that we have fully lost sense of ourselves, all right? We are kind of imprisoned by the lie, and we are seeing kind of our core sense of self on the other side of these prison bars. So this is where we feel really alienated from who we've known ourselves to be. We've lost total control of the narrative and of the thread. Scorpio, what lie are you needing to validate for yourself? What can you validate for yourself to step through this or to step out of this or away from this? Do you sense something that is being denied of you? Right? For a moment here, I'm like, are you being gaslighted? I know we throw that term around a lot now, but if this is something that you need validation that can only come from you, it might be that maybe other people are kind of letting you get away with this false self, and maybe only you are really aware that it's happening. That feels pretty Scorpio. Like if you're a Scorpio rising, I mean, this affects all Scorpios, right? But like if you're a Scorpio rising, in particular, there's a tendency to kind of to hide, to disguise, to not reveal your full self until it feels safe. So have you been protecting yourself to an extent that you're now trapped? Have you been defending yourself to a place where you are now so far away from who you are that you feel like you can't get back? And does that serve other people around you? Right? Like, does that help others, or are you so deep in the lie that no one else can help you get yourself out but you? Right? Like maybe other people, maybe it's not that people are benefiting from you disguising yourself or hiding in the lie. Maybe other people want to help you get out of the lie, but you are so far gone in it, so far trapped in it that you don't remember the pathway out. You can't see an option for stepping away. Let's see what else is here to tell us more about what this is pointing toward. A blockage or wound here. Oh. Okay, that kind of supports that narrative of like, what would I need to do to get out of this? What is the work that I could put into this? Or is the wheel turning in such a way that I can't control it? That could certainly be connected to this 9 of Swords. The 9 of Swords is a story about like, well, whatever's going on, I'm so far in it that it's weighing on me now. I'm at the 9. I'm in too deep. The Wheel of Fortune might say, well, I didn't put in the work before to get out of this, and this is how I got so far. I'm hearing a lot of songs right now. I just heard Sum 41. Now I'm hearing Linkin Park. Okay. I'm having a like 2000s redux. I didn't put in the work when I needed to, and now I've gotten too far in here. I've come so far. Okay. I don't know what work I would need to put in to get this wheel to spin in order to help me get out of here. It's going to take too much work. Maybe that's a perception. Maybe that's real. Don't know yet. But maybe it's too much work to put in at this point to change these circumstances. Luck is not on my side. Okay. What else do we have here? How to soften this blockage or wound. Oh, well, that's beautiful. It's time to hold space for your feelings. Okay. I mean, this is like literally softening, right? Like if we can invite ourselves to sit at the base of this waterfall with the Queen of Cups. And what I love here is that the Queen is you. Okay. You know, I said I wonder if there's other court cards here. I always see the Queen of Cups as you. Only you can hold space for your feelings in this way, right? When it's the Queen, it's like, do this for yourself. If this were the King, for example, I would say, okay, we're going to seek out someone who's going to help us hold this space, right? That's seeking someone outside of ourselves who is like trained in this field, kind of giving therapist vibes, or like some sort of, I don't know. I just got like a really nice jovial dad figure image in my head. But this is not the King, this is the Queen. This is you taking the time, creating the space to hold space for your own feelings, to hold your own feelings, to hold court with your emotions, and to just embrace them. I think that's a beautiful antidote to the intensity of the Nine of Swords, which again, there's like no elements here, right? The sun and the moon, our luminaries, our guiding lights, completely blocked from us. We have no ability to see ourselves in a way that we can feel. But this Queen is saying, baby, please come rest at the base of this waterfall. Please let yourself put all the feelings on the table and just let them flow. You don't need to do anything else with them. Something I love about this is that the Queen of Cups is often regarded as second in intuition only to the High Priestess, which we also saw pop out for you. And so why that is we need to sit with all of our feelings and to create space for them in order to know what they're telling us. If we don't sit and give space to the knowing of our feelings, then how are we supposed to translate them? Really seeing some strength vibes here, because if we think about the idea that like this feral creature could destroy these butterflies in a moment, right? Takes us back to, and actually I keep this on my wall, takes us back to the Rider-Waite image of the human and the lion. Either of these creatures could harm the other in this very vulnerable position. Only through understanding and patience and proving those things, proving that understanding, proving that patience, do we build trust. These creatures trust each other. That's why they are sharing a vulnerable moment, because there's no fear, right? So how can we trust our feelings if we fear them? Okay. Certainly inviting us into this hermit space as well. Time to go inside and get to know those feelings so that we can understand what they're sharing with us. If we've made it this far into the just trying to intellectualize our feelings, trying to get to a why of our feelings, then we're not really helping ourselves understand the feelings. We are just trying to solve them. Okay, so we haven't really put in the right kind of work. Maybe we've put in some work, but it might not have been the right kind of work to get away from this mounting, seemingly inescapable anxiety that is now very present. A gift I discover as I travel within. Oh, stop. All right, so the High Priestess did not return, but its, oh my God, the word its successor did. There we go. Okay. We get to the Empress by moving through the High Priestess. Okay. And let's take note of the similarities here in these cards. It's like once we sit with the waterfall and we get to know our feelings and we just allow them to be what they are, and we then forge an understanding with them, we know how to work with them, okay? And we graduate into being able to now open up this land to other people for them to be able to use, to sit and benefit and plant and grow and thrive, but only because we've allowed this water to flow. I'm really enjoying these cards next to each other and kind of feeding into this Empress story. I love this Empress for you. That feels very Taurus 7th house. Back to that idea that these planets moving through Earth signs, Pluto moving back into Capricorn, the Sun, the new moon, Venus already hanging out in Virgo, Mercury eventually moving back into Virgo as it wraps up its retrograde cycle. All of this Earth energy meeting up with Uranus in a harmonious way, right? Like, I get it. We just had the Aquarius full moon where Mercury squared Uranus and the Sun and the moon squared Uranus, and the Sun and Mercury had a cazimi, and Venus opposed Saturn, and Jupiter squared Saturn, and Venus squared Saturn. Like that, no wonder, all right? All of that, there was no Earth happening at that time, okay? All of that was air and fire, and it really brought up a lot of this function. If that was in your 4th house, maybe some of your 5th house, then that's your emotional body. That's how you express yourself. So that might have been a really electric, jarring moment for you that you're kind of coming out of. Maybe you need to validate for yourself that it's okay to step away from this and to soften this state of being. Maybe this is like hypervigilance, okay? That basically turns into anxiety. How can you not stay out of anxiety if you're hypervigilant all the time? That means we are fearful of everything as a means of protecting ourselves. So we're trying to soften the fear by embracing the feelings. Are you afraid of your feelings? I mean, yeah, absolutely. But we need to go within. We need to sit with these instincts of maybe hypervigilance, of over-intellectualizing, of protectiveness, okay, in order to reach this beautiful place of being this fertile ground for yourself and for others, right? Kind of that vibe of like, what I can give to others is only as good as what I can give to myself. Let's roll these dice, see what else is happening here. But I really like weaving it back in the Knight of Swords. This is sort of, I mean, this is a jailbreak. It's like, how am I going to get out of the 9? By engaging the Knight. It's time for me to break out of this cage. This cage is my own mind. No one has put me here. Only, like, maybe circumstances have occurred that have led me to this place, but only I have the key out of here. Or otherwise, like, whatever other tools I need to break this cage open. Okay. Yep, there's Uranus. All right. Yeah, my dudes. So Uranus, a big player this season for you. Uranus, again, maybe has created some of this mental unrest. I shouldn't say created. The planets aren't responsible for what we're going through. They are a reflection of what we are experiencing. Uranus then may be a reflection of the anxiety you've been feeling. But this season becomes more reflective of the integration that is able to follow, the new ideas you're able to open up to, the new pathways that you're able to see opening up ahead of you now. That first house, Scorpio. Nothing's moving into that first house just yet. Venus will do so once we enter Libra season. So Venus is not quite there yet. Nothing's quite in your first house. I did say maybe that first quarter moon could be in your first house if Sag bleeds into your first house a bit. Okay. That could maybe reflect some of the stress, right? That first quarter moon is always stress. Am I getting where I'm trying to go? Have I put in the work to get there? Is luck playing out in my favor? But that first house is being ruled by Mars, who is dipping into Cancer this season. And your 9th house, maybe it starts in your 8th house. Maybe that's interesting, right? That 8th house of my psychology, that shared resource that we've inherited from others. We didn't just arrive here as ourselves. We were born here from generations before us. We contain those multitudes. But Mars moving into Cancer, impacting that 9th house space of beliefs, philosophies, breaking free. We are breaking free with Mars moving into that 9th house of old frameworks, of how we have seen ourselves in the broader world, of what we have believed and where that has been anti what we actually experience. So I expect that ingress to be very critical for you because, again, that is ruling your first house. Here's the one that is ruling your first house. So that will impact and change how you've been experiencing things. Let's, before we wrap up, also name the fact that Mars has been hanging out in your 8th house of I'm feeling things and I can't see them because Mars and Gemini can't see Scorpio. That could absolutely be contributing to this moment. So I imagine that as Mars moves into Cancer, you begin to see your way forward again. And you can carve away from belief systems and ideas and ideologies that no longer speak to the experiences you're having. Scorpio, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like. Maybe secretly share with another Scorpio who feels encaged in this moment. And subscribe so that we can talk about Venus moving into your first house and what we're going to be wrapping up during Libra season for you. Okay, I hope to see you there. Welcome, Sagittarius, to your Virgo season forecast. Okay, as we explore Virgo season, we are seeing the Sun, the new moon, Venus, and eventually Mercury moving through your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, and tradition. Maybe this occupies or starts off in your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, philosophy, higher learning, religion. We see Venus making its way into your 11th house of friends and communities, hopes and dreams for the future. Maybe Libra starts off in your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, and tradition. You've got a first quarter moon in your first house. Self and how you move through the world. Pluto, meanwhile, makes its way back into your 2nd house of my stuff, my values, my resources, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. Maybe at this point, that part of Capricorn bleeds into your 3rd house of the mind, siblings, neighbors, immediate environment, how we communicate. We've got Saturn and Neptune being met by our first full moon eclipse in Pisces in your 4th house of home, family, origin story, land, emotional body. Maybe some of that bleeds into your 5th house, which is where the North Node and Chiron are. Self-expression, true love, play, joy, children. Uranus, hanging out in your 6th house. Time, routine, health in the body. Mars and Jupiter have been shaking things up in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, business partner, or enemy. That's where our 3rd quarter moon will be. Maybe that part of Gemini is still in your 6th house of time, routine, and the body, since it's only at 3 degrees. Last but not least, we'll see Mars making its way into Cancer, which is the cusp of your 8th house, most likely. Shared resources, including my boss, my landlord, my spouse, my psychology, my ancestors. Okay, we have some prompts for today. Validation I need from myself now, and a blockage or wound here. How to soften this blockage or wound, and a gift I discover as I travel within. We will look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories lie beneath the surface this season, and we'll roll the dice to get a sense of anything else that stands out at this time. Beautiful. Okay. Stories about, like, fulfillment is the word that came to mind. Love the 10. It's the end of the suit, right? Means we are reaching a culmination point of forming or forging some sort of bond where we are sharing our resources. And that's certainly what I described as your 8th house, right? Which is where Mars is headed. So, and maybe where, nope, nothing else is in Cancer right now. So, yeah, there's some sort of recognition of reaching a milestone. Maybe that is realizing you have kind of landed on a happy home. You are coming together with others to share in a life in some way. You are at least able to envision your life with others, right? The 10 is where we share. Okay, the 9 is just ours. The 10 is where we share with other people. So this could be reaching some sort of milestone in a relationship where we are moving in together, or we are getting married, or we are welcoming children. I did talk about your 5th house where the North Node is. Maybe the North Node has dipped into your 4th house now, since it is moving backwards. Okay, it's at an early degree at this point. So that could certainly be pointing us towards some home themes. We also see the first full moon eclipse happening here, right? That one's at 25 degrees. So I'm going to guess that that's kind of far enough into Pisces to be in your 4th house. So maybe we're welcoming in some themes about home. Maybe something is opening up now where home becomes a really safe and comforting place. Let's see what else we have here to learn more about what this 10 is about. Validation I need from myself now. Ooh, I like that. That's very Sag of you. Okay. So it's okay for me to start putting this out into the world. Are you waiting for others to, we do have your chart ruler or your planet ruler opposite you, right? Whether that's Sag rising and we have Jupiter in your 7th house, whether that's a Sag sun or moon that's being ruled by Jupiter in the opposite sign. So kind of outsourcing your ability to decide for yourself what you are able to share now. That feels very Jupiter in Gemini. What information am I allowed to spread around? That sounds like gossip, but what information am I able to begin circulating? Well, Sag, this season, it's time for you to validate for yourself that you can start talking about whatever the F you want. I mean, within reason. Let's maybe not share people's secrets that they don't want shared. That could be some Mars moving into your 8th house themes. But for all intents and purposes, this is an invitation to up, and away. I put the 8 of Wands here on purpose. It's time for me to get into this hot air balloon and start sending out these messages without I'm going to tentatively say without fear of consequence. All right. We're going to see what else is here to really decide if that's true. But this is an invitation to start sharing, to start putting things out into the world, to take action, to express yourself. And only you this season, Sag, can validate for yourself that you are ready to do so, that you are allowed to do so, that this is the time. A blockage or wound here. Oh, here's the other 10. My goodness. Okay. Not the other 10, but like the other good 10. The other benevolent 10, if you will. It's not my place to call cards good or bad. That's rude. But this is the other very happy 10, is what I can say. What's this about, Sagittarius? I'm thinking this is more a wound than a blockage. That's my instinct in this moment. Is my wound that I don't trust the happiness that I'm connected to? Is this pointing me more towards like the eclipse that is coming in that might be bringing you this happiness? I know Saturn's down there, and Saturn is a bummer, right? I mean, Saturn is helpful, but like in the immediate, Saturn just feels limiting. Saturn maybe feels like I'm never going to be happy. Saturn may be, I mean, look, we just had Venus oppose Saturn. We just had Jupiter, your ruler, square Saturn. So there have been limitations up, right, left, and down. That made sense. Just go with it. There have been feelings of limitation everywhere. Is Saturn in your 4th house or otherwise like square your Sag placements really challenging you to feel like you are deserving of this happiness? Is it making it hard to identify where this happiness is present and available to you? Is it a wound around, you know, like maybe you have natal, maybe this is your Saturn return, for example. Maybe you have natal Saturn in Pisces. Is this a wound around like connecting emotionally with others and sharing in happiness has historically been hard for me? There is a lot of emphasis of the sharing that we're doing, so I can see why validating for yourself that going up and away in this hot air balloon might be blocked by this. If I do this is a very individual card. This is me. I'm going up in this hot air balloon. I'm doing this for me. I want to go on this journey. Are we maybe fearful or blocked around, like, do we have separation anxiety? Do we have separation issues? Do we have attachment wounds? About like, if I go on this journey, then someone's not going to wait for me. Someone else is going to be unhappy. Someone's not going to share with me. This is very intriguing. Certainly getting some hints at this like strength moment. Have my instincts been conditioned to get that validation from other people? I'm thinking about Libra being likely the cusp of your 11th house. Friends and community. If I pursue my own interests, do I alienate myself from my friends and communities? Okay. It's one story. How to soften this blockage or wound. Oh, very interesting. I just heard Brittany. You better work, bitch. Okay. Another knight. So fun that you've got 2 10s and 2 knights. Very interesting. So put in the work, Sag. What are we putting in the work into? What are we putting the work in? There we go. What are we putting in the work toward? And there we go. That works. It's typically something practical, something tangible. What I just downloaded was, is it time to demonstrate to others in a tangible way that you care about them, while also validating for yourself that you are able to pursue your own desires? If there's multiple court cards here, is one you and one someone else? Or is this knight speaking to, again, like the energy that you put into your self-expression? And does this reflect the energy that you put into your relationships with other people? Okay. I would love for you to tell me in the comments what is landing for you here, because I'm so curious. But it's time to put work into something. Okay. It's time to show up and just like lay it down brick by brick. Softening this wound of shared happiness might look like putting in the work to build happiness the way you want to see it. Again, that South Node in the 11th. Are we fearful that we are leaving or being alienated from other people's visions of what this looks like? And can you start to build your own version of it? I'm going to leave that there and see what else surfaces in the old noggin. A gift I discover as I travel within. Oh, well, there's a sexy zaddy king. Okay. I just sort of got this storyline here about, especially since we see this preceded by the Knight of Pentacles. I actually have what it takes to cultivate this happiness in a way that suits me and allows my talents to shine while also supporting the people I share this with. Now, that doesn't mean necessarily strictly that you are like financially supporting all those people, although do you, if that's what you got, absolutely, by all means, be that for other people. That's chill. But there's an ability and a capacity and a gift of being able to otherwise tangibly demonstrate to others what they mean to you. That is why the King of Pentacles does what it does. It says, I will take responsibility for your needs because I care. That's like some hot Capricorn shit right there. Maybe part of what Pluto is dipping back into Capricorn for you to discover and finally wrap up in that long 16-year narrative. And whether that's hanging out in your third house, I mean, Capricorn should theoretically be the cusp of your second house. Maybe you've got 2 Capricorn houses. Okay, let's stick with the flat chart and say that Pluto's dipping back into your second house, just for ease here. And again, remembering that no matter what your cusps look like, Capricorn likely falls on the cusp of your second house, and therefore Capricorn transits impact that second house, which involves our self-worth, our self-esteem, our values, our skills, and how we use them to generate resources. So you might be wrapping up a story here about what your worth is, what your value is, what your work ethic looks like, and how you use that to build the life that you want. This is also, very like 8th house vibes. This could be like a 2nd house vibe, and this could be an 8th house vibe, right? I put in the work for this, but these are the resources that I'm connected to with others. Oof, I love that. Let's roll some dice here. But we are certainly seeing some strength narratives, right? I certainly, again, see you in this card since you are the Sag. You are the fire energy. But all your houses of substance, theoretically, are Earth. 2nd house, 6th house, 10th house. The reputation you want to create. Oof. Going back to all of those planets moving through your 10th house. Theoretically, right? Don't know if your midheaven's there or not, if you're looking at whole sign. But if you're looking at Placidus, for example, that would certainly be where your midheaven would be if Virgo is the cusp of your 10th house. So we're certainly building up to some big themes. I am concerned about my reputation. I'm concerned about what the legacy is that I'm creating. I'm concerned with how others see me. I'm concerned with the work I'm doing in this world. We have all these trines happening from your houses of substance, right? Uranus hanging out in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. Receiving downloads from all those Virgo planets up in the 10th. Chatting with Pluto moving back into your 2nd. All of them talking about what my time is worth and how I use my time and what sort of image I'm cultivating and legacy I'm cultivating around what I'm building. Yeah, there's Saturn making things feel really bummed. And here's Libra. I talked about your 11th house. Maybe there's some like fears about the hopes and dreams of the future there too. Maybe you've lost sight of, or you've had a big, not download, rewrite, a big rewrite around what those hopes and dreams look like, and like what kind of communities you're connected with, and even the friendships you're a part of. Venus will be moving in there. Venus will be meeting the South Node there. Venus will be releasing some of those things for you and clearing up space. Saturn certainly casting some shadows here. But receiving, receiving oppositions from all those planets moving through Virgo this season. Has already been opposed by Venus, right? Which could certainly be coloring some of this wounding or this blockage. What I want is separate from what the other people I'm bound to have expressed interest in, is one translation of that energy. The sun is going to come through and oppose that. The new moon will be in close opposition to that Saturn. Mercury, once it returns home, will oppose Saturn as well. That might really cast some shadows, again, about what I want versus what others want. So then decide where you can put in the work to build what you want to share with others. Decide where it's okay for you to go off on your own, and where it's okay for you to come back and put in that work. And we talked about the 8th house a little bit. We talked about how Mars has been in there. Mars met with your ruler, Jupiter, recently, and maybe catalyzed some big, like, earthquakes or ripples in your one-to-one space, right? In how you relate to others one-on-one. So Mars, now moving into your 8th house, wants to focus on what you get from those bonds. Maybe you see yourself spending a bit more to make some things happen in your shared spaces, right? Mars moving through our 8th house can often show us kind of taking out some of that money or taking out some of those resources and spending them somewhere. Maybe you are putting in that hard work to continue growing those shared resources. Maybe Mars in the 8th sees you as the individual going out there and getting that bread so that the people you share resources with and share love with have enough of what they need. We can see some Hermit themes, especially in this validation, as well as strength, right? I mentioned like attachment wounds, attachment anxiety, separation, feeling alone. Is there wounding around like going off and doing your own thing? I mean, I see the North Node and Chiron moving through your 5th house of self-expression. Is you putting yourself out there into the world something that has been denied you by those you love in the past? Okay. So it's really time to go in your own world and know and like build trust with that process with yourself. Very Hermit strength. I'm allowed to go off on my own. Maybe it feels good to come back and share with others what I've gone and done. Maybe I'm working on that balance here. Ooh, okay. Thank you so much for tuning in, Sag. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like. Maybe share with someone who you are trying to build a life with, build happiness and joy with, and subscribe so we can talk more about how those oppositions to Saturn landed for you, what that first full moon in that 4th house space is bringing to you, what kind of new emotions and home themes might be lit up for you at this time. I hope to see you there. Welcome, Capricorn, to your Virgo season forecast. As we explore Virgo season, we see the sun, the new moon, Venus, and eventually Mercury hanging out in impacting your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, religion, philosophy, higher learning, how we see ourselves in the world. Venus makes its way into your 10th house of legacy, career, reputation, tradition. Maybe it starts off in your 9th house, right? But eventually moving through that 10th house space, theoretically speaking. We've got a first quarter moon in your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, my mental health. It's possible that that's overlapping into your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, friends and communities. Pluto makes its final pass into your first house of self. If you're like me and you've got like a big first house, then maybe Pluto in Aquarius has also just been in your first house, but we're still shifting back into that Capricorn space. Maybe you've got small houses and you've got 2 Capricorn houses. Maybe this is potentially still in your second house. Well, maybe not still. Maybe it's in your second house. I don't know your chart. Saturn and Neptune will be greeted by our first Pisces full moon eclipse in your 3rd house of the mind and how we communicate, immediate environment, neighborhood, siblings, peers. Okay. The North Node and Chiron impacting your 4th house of home, origin story, family, land, emotional body. I say impacting because that's probably the cusp of your 4th house. Maybe they're hanging out in your 3rd house, but they're impacting that 4th house space, since that's what's being ruled by Aries. Uranus is likely, at this late of a degree in Taurus, in your 5th house. Maybe it's possible that it's in your 4th house. Again, I don't know your chart. Uranus could be in your 4th house of home, origin story, emotional body, and family and land, impacting perhaps your 5th house of true love, self-expression, children, joy, play. Mars, Jupiter, and our 3rd quarter moon impacting that 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. It's possible that 3rd quarter moon's taking place in your 5th house since it is only at 3 degrees. Last but not least, we will see Mars moving into Cancer and impacting your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, business partner, or enemies. Okay. Prompts for this season. Validation I need from myself now and a blockage or wound here. How to soften this blockage or wound and a gift I discover as I travel within. We will roll the dice to see what else really stands out here this season. We'll look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories are brewing beneath the surface at this time. Oh, this is I'm gonna let it fall. Those cards really did not go with the others. They really wanted to come out. We'll see what the consequences of that may be. Okay. It's so funny. Sag before you had the 10 of Pentacles, and I referenced this card because I talked about how the 10 is what we share with other people, and the 9 is what we have on our own. 9 gives single ladies vibes. 9 gives me, myself, and I. That's all I got in the end. Okay? It's very much like, this is what I built for me. You can admire it. You can appreciate it. But that doesn't mean you invited to partake in it. The invite is for the 10. So this is very much like what I have created for me. Honestly, right off the bat, that's giving Pluto dipping back into Capricorn, really finding ownership of what we have established for ourselves here. Okay. But let's see what else is here. Validation I need from myself now. Whew, baby. Oh God, I love that. I love that for y'all, and I'm not gonna lie, I love that for me as a Cap rising. You know, I think this Aquarius full moon that we just had was like really activating in terms of getting a sense of our self-worth and value, both second house themes. Okay. Now, nothing else is moving through Aquarius at this time. You mean, Pluto is in Aquarius, preparing to dip back into Capricorn. So Pluto, spending the next 20 years in Aquarius, will certainly have questions for us about how we currently experience our self-esteem and self-worth. If you're like me, I've got a big ass first house. My second house doesn't start until halfway through Aquarius, so in Placidus, Pluto will be in my first house for many more years. But Aquarius is on the cusp of the second house, and therefore whatever happens in Aquarius impacts where the cusp of that house is, right? So if you're like me, you might have some Pluto in Aquarius in the first themes of self and how you move through the world, but ultimately impacting or telling stories or digging up, bringing to the surface stories stuck there in the second house of self-worth. If you think about the second house and how it opposes the eighth house, we talk about the eighth house of our shared resources, including our psychology and our ancestors. So that's kind of like deep inheritance, right? Things I've gotten down the family line, things that have come through multiple generations. When we look at the second house, we're looking at the people I came from in this most immediate sense, which is where our self-esteem and self-worth comes from. Did we have parents or caregivers or whoever was responsible for that like day-to-day life? Did we have caregivers who instilled self-esteem and self-worth into us? I had issues there. I'll volunteer that. So I love seeing this star moment for us. Only we can validate the sense of hope, the sense of resilience that we are capable of now. Maybe we've been outsourcing that. That South Node moving through Libra, whether it's in your 10th house or whether it has shifted into your 9th house, however you view your chart, still impacting that 10th house cusp of reputation, how other people talk about me. We can't control that narrative so much right now with the South Node there. Maybe you've been unlearning a lot of instincts about validating others in order to receive your own validation. Maybe you've been outsourcing, really getting a sense of this Nine of Pentacles right now, maybe even outsourcing your worth to other people. I'm going to ask where your Venus is. You can tell me in the comments if you want. Venus moving into Libra means Venus is coming home to rule that 10th house space. Maybe your midheaven is there. And Venus will meet the South Node early into that transit and continue to release us from those people-pleasing tendencies where we have compromised our own legacy and perhaps even our own reputation to serve others. I'm spending a lot of time on this star, but it's a big card, so I think it's worthwhile. Validating for ourselves that we are able to rise from whatever we have just experienced. I'm going back to Pluto. Pluto in the first is no joke. Pluto in the first has spent 16 years digging you out of the lie, digging you out of false power plays, digging you out of situations where you have surrendered your power to others. That is not an easy transit, y'all. Not everyone goes through that. Let's talk about Pluto and talk about how if you have Pluto transiting angles, 1st, 4th, 7th, 10th, aspecting personal planets, you are going through something that not everyone here on the planet has signed up to do because Pluto moves so slowly that it may never come for other people. May never come for them the way it's come for you. This comes after the Tower, right? So what Tower moments have you gone through? And where do you need to validate for yourself that you are beginning to rise from that rubble? and have hope. No one else can give you hope right now. You need to be able to tap into that. If you're outsourcing hope right now, Venus is about to be like, my love, that's not what we're here to do. A blockage or wound here. Also, I'm like, okay, the star really wanted to come with us today. Oof, oof, How do I sail away? How do I sail away from what I've invested so much of myself in? Capricorn, you're so dutiful to everyone else. That Libra 10th house is freaking real. I want everyone to think well of me. So I outsource my self-worth and my sense of hope to other people. I've invested in things emotionally in order to keep that up, in order to feel like I'm in service to others in a way that will hopefully eventually pay off for me. Has it? Tell me how that's going, Capricorn. Has that paid off for you? I'm going to go ahead and guess no. And this wound or blockage is, but I don't know when to give up. I don't want to be the one to call it. There's still more for me to do here. There's still something that needs my time. No. Really like the 8 and the 9 here. They are not of the same suit, of course, but I love when we have sequential numbers. You gotta walk away from something that is not emotionally fulfilling you or for you, is not reciprocating your care. I know the 8 is like, but I already got so far here, and so like to walk away feels foolish. Maybe you need to stand on your own right now in this moment. Maybe you need to be on your own and celebrate what you have for yourself in order to validate this sense of hope and the rising from the rubble. I don't know if y'all watch Nashville, but I just heard Scarlett saying, I will rise up from the rubble. Okay. This is hard. Your houses of communication are water. The way you relate to other people is emotional. It feels like you're abandoning other people if you walk away and take care of yourself. Trust me, I get that. Okay. How are we going to soften this, Capricorn? How are we going to soften this blockage? Ooh. All right, the message I just got was we need to stop idealizing the past. This is like a very rose-colored glasses kind of vibe here. You know, upright, the 6 is like, oh, I'm reflecting on the past in a way that is bringing me a lot of comfort right now. I'm reflecting on the past in a way that is informing what care should look like in the present. Okay. Reverse, this is like, I'm stuck here. Either we're idealizing the past or we are stuck in the emotional past of how did I get here? Maybe we need to do a little dipping into the past to understand why we're stuck on this blockage or wound. I have trouble leaving things behind that I've emotionally invested into because I didn't receive care as a child, because I was blocked from having my emotional needs met as a youth. Hi, Chiron in the 4th. Hi. Hi there. I see you. Maybe I walked away from something once and I never got it back. Chiron in the 4th. And therefore that has made it so that I am so inextricably attached to everything I have in the present, even if it's not good for me, because I'm afraid of being alone. There is some childhood wound here. The challenge is to perhaps reflect on those wounds without becoming fully absorbed and lost by and within them, respectively. The challenge is to reflect on maybe good times here, but not allow that to taint what you experience in the present. So however you're experiencing this 6 of Cups, and I'm guessing there's a little bit of both because experience is layered and complex and nuanced. Whether we're reflecting on the good, the bad, the ugly, the lonely, do a bit of that, but try to stay in the present. Okay. Try to stay in the present here. Try not to let yourself get trapped by the past. If things were better in the past than they are in the present, try not to let yourself fall into that hole of hopelessness. Oof. Ah! Okay. If things were rough in the past, try not to get lost in a spiral of like, why did I never have what I needed? Sometimes the why is helpful, and sometimes the why is a trap. The why can lead us to the should, and the should is definitely a trap. Should is no longer in the present moment. Should is us relinquishing our power to some other time, to an extent that is not helpful to us. Getting a sense here of the Hermit. We need to go within to find this hope, to sit with these instincts about walking away, to get a sense of where these instincts were forged, but not fall into that place forever. A gift I discover as I travel within. Oh my God. It's really for us, Capricorn. All right, so this is the Capricorn card. And I love this for us because upright, it's like, oh man, I didn't want to see that I'm still bound to false systems that trap me in shoulds or that trap me in can'ts. I can't walk away from this. I'm bound to it. This is my duty. I can't walk away from this. The rest of my life is set up this way, and therefore I don't have choice or agency. I'm stuck here. No, you ain't, boo. No, you ain't. And the gift that we discover as we go into the Hermit to seek our own answers and validation is, oh, this is me separating from the bad place. This is me separating from the thing that I thought I was trapped in. This is me finding my way out of these chains that are heavy, but I perceived to be locked around me. The lock is the false perception, not the chains. The chains are real. We live in a system. We cannot wake up and change the system as an individual. All right, we are bound to some ways of life. But the lock is the lie. And the gift that we access when we go in here, when we sit with these instincts, when we validate our own resilience and hope, we find the strength and the courage and the agency to confront this wound of needing to walk away, of needing to leave things behind. This is not leaving behind something that helps us or nourishes us. This is us leaving behind what denies us those things. Totally a through line here about this is as good as it's going to get for me based on what I've experienced in the past, and therefore I have no choice but to stay here. No! The 9 begs to differ. The 9 says, girl, you got everything you need and then some. Whatever that looks like for you, right? I'm not saying you have $1 million and therefore you don't need nobody. I'm saying you have enough of some resource to stand on your own in this moment and not stay bound here. Okay, let's see what these dice have to say. There's that second house. Okay, Pluto's still there for the moment. Star is associated with Aquarius. So I'm going to go back to talking about that full moon that we just had there. That probably really shattered something open for you in terms of what you are worth, what you deserve, what you get to do with your skills and your values, how you get to express that in order to get more of what you need, deserve, want. Okay? Really pay attention to Pluto straddling this first degree of Aquarius as it re-enters into Capricorn. Okay? Really pay attention to the final bits of rubble that fall away from the tower as Pluto makes this final pass here. I talked about that South Node. I talked about Libra. You heard me. No one else gets to determine your story right now. No one else gets to, well, anyone can talk about you. That is their right. But you don't need to give their version of events the time of day. You don't need to be bound to how other people feel about you. Let that sink in, Capricorn, because I know that defies everything we have been taught about ourselves. Be in service to others so they think highly of you. Think highly of yourself this season. Maybe not forever. I know. Actually, let me rephrase that. Always think of yourself highly, okay? But let yourself in this season take your opinion the most highly. Sagittarius. Let's talk about that first quarter moon. Likely in your 12th house. Maybe in your 11th house. Maybe on the cusp of your 12th house. Sag is ruling your 12th house, I'm imagining. Maybe you're crazy and you've got like a Capricorn 12th house and a Capricorn first house. I don't know your chart, but for all intents and purposes, let's talk about Sag as your 12th house and talk about what stories are wrapping up there. Do you feel like you have some sort of karmic debt that you have to stay bound to forever? I don't know about that. Forever is a long time. We only have one life in this body. What can you release yourself from at this first quarter moon? What pressure can you embrace? I don't know about you, but this first quarter moon's on my Saturn. So there's a big story of release there that awaits me. I'm hoping that there's something similar in that 12th house. Or even if there's no planets in your 12th house, that's still a space of isolation, right? I call it solitude versus isolation. Are you afraid of isolation when really what this is asking for you to embrace is a moment of solitude? Can you tell the difference? If not, can you sit with that? Can you go inside and sit with that and get clear on what that means to you and how you can seek solitude at this time and allow that to feel good and soften those stories about abandonment and isolation? Capricorn, that was a doozy. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like. Please share with a fellow Capricorn who needs to stand on their own this season. And subscribe so we can talk about Libra season, confronting that South Node, letting go of what other people are saying about us, and leaning further into our own version of events, our own sense of self, our own hope. I'll see you there. Welcome, Aquarius, to your Virgo season forecast. As we explore Virgo season, we see the sun, the new moon, Venus, and eventually Mercury impacting your 8th house of shared resources, my landlord, my boss, my spouse, my ancestors, my psychology. We see Venus moving into Libra and impacting your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, philosophies, religions, higher learning. We see a first quarter moon impacting your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, friendships and community. It's very possible that since that first quarter moon, no, I'm going to save this for the 3rd quarter moon. Please wait. Pluto makes its way back into Capricorn, impacting your 12th house of what it all means in the end, me and my maker, my mental health, karma. We've got Saturn and Neptune being greeted by our first Pisces full moon eclipse, impacting your 2nd house of my stuff, my resources, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. The North Node has been hanging out with Chiron, impacting your 3rd house of the mind, how we communicate, neighbors, siblings, peers. Uranus chilling in your 4th house of home, family, origin story, emotional body, land. Mars and Jupiter just met and will be hanging out with the 3rd quarter moon in your, or impacting your 5th house of children, true love, self-expression, play, and joy. And here's the note I wanted to make, which is that that third quarter moon is at a very early degree, 3 degrees of Gemini. So that might be hanging out still in your 4th house, depending on how your houses work. Last but not least, we see Mars impacting your 6th house of health, time, routine, and the body. Okay. We have prompts. Validation I need from myself now, and a blockage or wound here. How to soften this blockage or wound, and a gift I discover as I travel within. Look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories are beneath the surface of this season, and we'll roll the dice to get a sense of anything else that stands out here that we need to know. Okay, it's the 10 of Swords. Something is ending. All right. And this was at the bottom of the deck for our Aquarius full moon that we just had. So how fitting that as an Aquarius, this theme highlighted at the Aquarius full moon is showing up for you personally again. So what did I say at that full moon that we just had? I talked a bit about the anxiety that we can feel as we're approaching the 10 of Swords, wondering if we could have done something differently, or maybe recognizing that we're just in so deep that we kind of have to let it play out, feeling like something is coming to an end, and maybe being able to connect with the relief that it is finally coming and going, and that we can start to watch this sun rise once more. Talking a bit about surrendering to that ending. Often this can feel out of our control, which is what ramps up the anxiety as we feel it approaching. We feel less and less like we are in control, like we can regain control. And there is a call to surrender to that moment. Let's see what else we have here. Validation I need from myself now. Oh, okay, this also showed up in our Aquarius full moon. All right. This was really in the how to make space for what was showing up. All right. And I kind of joked about how we tell people to touch grass when they are losing touch with reality, or when their viewpoint is just like so off center or so off the mark. When we are criticizing each other in the comments of the post, and, you know, someone's on a high horse. And so we kind of joked about like, well, what if touching grass is something that we need to manage this anxiety that's coming up? Okay. So some validation that you need from yourself in this moment is that in the wake of whatever is ending, something new is beginning. All right. Anxiety tends to compel us to outsource validation, right? Like that's just a general marker of anxiety. I don't have the answer to this. The more I try to think about it, the farther I feel I get away from the answer. Who's gonna tell me what's really happening? Okay. So you might be looking outside of yourself right now for these answers. In a whole sign capacity, all of your emotional houses, your dark houses, are Earth. All right. So 4th house, 8th house, 12th house, all of that being grounding, which really tells us a story here about how to rooting into the self in order to ground some of this anxiety. Needing to maybe be alone, those dark houses are where outside light does not come in. Okay? That's where we kind of go to tuck ourselves away from the outside world, to go tend to our emotions. So maybe you're looking for answers outside of yourself as you relinquish control and surrender to this situation. Maybe you're waiting for someone to tell you, it's all gonna be okay. Something new is gonna come right around the corner. And the answer here right now is saying that only you can do that. loving the clear through line here already. Going within into your dark houses, right? Really speaking to you, Aquarius rising. Even if we're looking at a sun or a moon, Virgo is out of sight of Aquarius. Virgo has no visibility to Aquarius, okay? And so there is still the theme of tucking oneself away in this time to cultivate what is possible, to listen to those new leaves that are unfurling, to go pay attention to your emotions and what they need to feel grounded right now. A blockage or a wound here. But I must know the truth. But I must keep seeking answers. You know, those answers will come much more clearly when we enter into Libra season, when the sun once again has visibility to whether your ascendant, your sun, or your moon, whichever Aquarius placements you're here for today. Those answers aren't going to come this month. We've got to let something actually fully end. We've got to stop and pause and create the space to hear what's coming in. This compulsion to keep seeking answers might be a defense mechanism to keep you protected. Maybe stillness is something that's really haunting for you. Maybe feeling grounded is something that's really triggering for you. I want to see what we're going to soften this blockage with, but I think it's really important, especially as an air sign, to recognize where some grounding and some slowing is actually beneficial for you, and to get a sense of what keeps you I got like hyper vigilant just now thinking about this. Like, what keeps you hyper vigilant? What does continuing to push forward for answers stem from? Maybe getting clear on like, when does this help me and when is this just me staying mentally active to stay out of all of this? What instincts have been formed around this compulsion that keep me in a place of searching endlessly? I'm getting an image of like spinning my wheels. If I just keep driving, if I just keep going, then I don't have to stop and feel this stuff. Then I don't have to stop and respond to this stuff. Maybe like we do this in search of this. Maybe it's like I gotta keep driving until I find the new thing. But the trick is that the new thing is inside you. The files are inside the computer. The calls are coming from inside the house. And really that growth wants to come from, again, those dark houses or those places that feel out of sight to you, right? You can see Taurus. That's the only earth sign you can see from an Aquarius vantage point. And what is there right now? Uranus. So the only thing you can see isn't stable at all right now. You know, Uranus will enter Gemini next summer. And in the meantime, you're gonna keep having that Uranian influence tucked away in that space, right? Square to your Aquarius placements and really like electrifying you. And let's remember that at the Aquarius full moon, everything was activating Uranus. Mercury was square Uranus, coming out of that Cazimi with the sun, who also squared Uranus, and the full moon came in and squared Uranus too. So it's been a very activating time for y'all. Slowing down, validating for yourself that you are allowed to touch grass, that you are allowed to rest, that you are allowed to feel the earth and get a sense of what that brings you. How to soften this blockage. There's another earth. Okay, so more pentacles coming for you. Is it time to, okay, so here's a couple things. Is it time to uproot? Is it difficult to validate this tangible new beginning because you've outgrown something? Is that some of what Uranus is being activated around in that fourth house space or square to your Aquarius placement? Is it time to uproot yourself and move into a bigger pot? Is it time to spend a little, right? Like this could be the classic, like, well, you've got to maybe spend, like empty the piggy bank in this moment in order to, my thought was like, in order to invest in some grounding techniques, in order to take the time off from the drive. I don't know if this is like, literally like I'm just going to go and like channel myself into my work in like a keeping my mind busy kind of vibe. But there might be like I need to spend a little money to take some time away from this in order to let myself touch some grass and root into what is real and tangible and earthbound at this time. Maybe we are confronting feelings of not having enough, right? Where am I penny pinching? Theoretically, metaphorically, spiritually, all right? But it's time to kind of come out of an attitude of self-preservation, coming out of a place of clinging or trying to conserve. What are you trying to conserve would be my first question. And why? How long have you been conserving this thing, right? Like if this is possibly a self-defense mechanism, then I'm going to go ahead and say that this might be too. I'm going to hold on to everything that I do have because I'm not feeling validated by others that more will come in. Ooh. And that's what makes this really scary for me. And the only way through is to just keep running and keep seeking. No, it's to sit down and say, where am I feeling like I don't have enough? Where do I need to spend a little to make a little? Where do I need to confront ideas about not having enough, and where did that come from? And what can I offer that now? Definitely, if it's not clear, definitely seeing what happens here. This feels very connected to this, right? And so does this. And the only way to really tune into what wants to come through for you here is to create the space and to go inward and to validate that for yourself. I imagine that like when you try to go in to validate, the night meets you instead and says, no entry, you can't come in. We have to keep running. We have to keep going. It's not safe here. Again, some of what Uranus might be activating for you if you are an Aquarius rising. Fear of the unknown, fear that we'll be safe, fear that we'll have enough of what we need, fear that we can let go of things that we don't want anymore. Right? What if we're holding on to things that don't even serve us, that don't even please us, that don't even bring us any security or joy, but we're holding on to them just because we have them, and that is what feels safe to us. Okay. A gift I discover as I travel within. Oh. Let's just, this Emperor made it very clear to me how dark these other cards are. I mean, literally everything else here is gray, black, dark, nighttime. I like that there's kind of a sequence here. Isn't that freaking cute? The Ten of Swords is where the sun is starting to rise again, all right? So we have kind of our darkest card here. The Ace is similarly dark in the background, but this new growth is a sign of new life coming in. And as we progress, more and more light comes into these images. Now we have the stars in the background, as well as like this light here around this pyramid. Here we have a blue sky, right? And even the background continues to decrease in its darkness and its saturation, right? We move from black into kind of a charcoaly gray. And then here we have full sun, full orange sky, orange rocks. Even like the pot here is orange and kind of in like these yellow lemons, like they kind of usher us into this much more colorful scene. And I love that. A gift I discover as I travel within is my own agency to pursue the path that is truly for me. These are not terribly dissimilar. right? We are leaving, we are moving forward, we are pursuing something. But this really feels like we're confronting the motivation for this hunger for knowledge, right? This motivation to keep pushing and to keep trying to break out of something. Whereas this is tapping into an innate inner compass. You see that? Inner compass, where you can only go find the compass and the sense and the source of direction that is coming from you if you go inside and listen to yourself and validate that something new is possible for you. This is Aries. Aries wants to initiate. If we're stuck in the narrative here and we don't want to let go, we're definitely not going to open up to the possibility of initiating something new for ourselves. We're going to stay here in the holding on to stuff that's probably weighing us down or keeping us small. Defense mechanisms here. Aries wants to push forward. Aries wants to go discover. Aries wants to lead others. Here we want validation from others. Here we want to lead others. Those are very different. How can you lead others while you are waiting for them to validate your ideas? We're not talking about like presidential candidates here, all right? It's a whole different ballpark. You understanding your sense of purpose and what you're here to explore innately inspires other people. But if you're waiting for other people to tell you that something new is possible and that it is real, you're not really listening to your own instincts to initiate, are you? So this gift that you receive is an activation of this authority, of this path. We could even think maybe a little bit about connecting this to like a 3 of Wands, because that's a Sun in Aries vibe. Trusting ourselves to go toward that which calls to us. Only accessible to you by going within. Okay. I was thinking about, as I was talking about this, I just said that point about waiting for people to validate something new for you. That means you're not listening to your own agency and like to what's calling to you. And I was going to say like it's feeling very Libra versus Aries, right? Not this card itself, but the validation of the validation that you might be seeking outside of yourself feels very Libra. Do you think that's a good idea? I'll pursue it if you like it. Okay, so pay attention then to Venus entering into Libra, impacting that 9th house space and triggering that South node really early in that transit. Seeing what you can let go of regarding other people's opinions, which is a very 9th house space. That is organized thinking. That is formalized religion, organized philosophy, things that experts have come together to decide together. Is that how you think? Or are you seeking validation from minds like that? Pay attention to what Venus wants you to let go of there. The moon. The moon's going to be doing a lot. The moon rules your 6th house, theoretically, as an Aquarius rising. So there is every lunation brings you to what is my health? What is my time? What is my body? What blockages do I have there? If we're talking about Earth being your dark houses or out of view for you as an Aquarius, does that mean that your health and your body and your routine are also difficult for you to manage? Do they change frequently, just as the moon changes signs frequently? My mind goes right to that full moon eclipse happening, all right, and that being in your theoretically 2nd house space. Maybe catalyzing some of what your own skills and values and resources are and how you want to use them. With that moon ruling your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body, getting a sense of what the connections are there. That 10th house. Okay, nothing's really in there right now if you have a Scorpio 10th house. Mars is ruling that though, and Mars is going to be impacting your 6th house soon. Right? And so we then kind of bring those houses of substance together. What is my career? What legacy am I creating? What is my reputation? What does that say about what do I think about those things right now? All right. What impact does that space have on me? Maybe paying attention to the Mars shift and getting a sense of what shifts you feel within yourself or potentially outside of yourself as it does so. As you think about your skills, values, and resources in the second house, as you think about your time, routine, health, and the body in the sixth house, what do you want that all to add up to in the 10th house? Okay, we don't always have control over our reputation, but we do have control over what direction we want to be going in and what legacy we want to be leaving behind. What legacy are you here to create? Aquarius, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like. Maybe share it with someone who is surrendering to the end of a situation and needing to validate their own new beginning. And subscribe so we can talk about Libra season and see where that visibility as the sun moves into Libra allows you to start seeing your pathway forward. I'll see you then. Welcome, Pisces, to your Virgo season forecast. As we explore Virgo season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Venus, and eventually Mercury impacting your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, enemy, or business partner. We see Venus moving into Libra and impacting your 8th house of my shared resources, my boss, my spouse, my landlord, my ancestors, my psychology. We see a first quarter moon in or impacting your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, and tradition. Pluto makes its way back, theoretically, into your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future and friendships and communities. We've got the North Node hanging out with Chiron, impacting your 2nd house of my stuff, my values, my resources, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. Uranus has been chilling for some time around or in your 3rd house of the mind, communication, siblings, peers, immediate environment, neighborhood. Mars and Jupiter just met and will be greeted by our 3rd quarter moon in or impacting your 4th house of home, origin story, emotional body, land, family. Mars, last but not least, will make its way into Cancer and impact your 5th house of true love, children, play, joy, self-expression. We have prompts today. Validation I need from myself now and a blockage or wound here. How to soften this blockage or wound, and a gift I discover as I travel within. Okay. We will look at the bottom of the deck to get a sense of what stories are beneath the surface of this time for you. And we'll roll the dice to see what else we need to know. Okay. Thinking about that 4th house. Okay, Mars and Jupiter just made a conjunction there. Jupiter is your chart ruler or your sun or moon ruler, so I imagine that was kind of a big freaking deal for you. And if it's in your 3rd house, Gemini is probably the cusp of your 4th house, so there's maybe an overlap of themes happening in that 3rd house of siblings, peers, immediate environment, mind, how we communicate, and linking that to themes about home, family, origin story, land, emotional body. I'm wondering if something happened that sort of caused a rupture in what family means to you at this time. Maybe it exposed something. Let's remember that not only did Mars and Jupiter meet in a very big way last week, but we also had Mars then go and square Saturn in your 1st house. And then we had Jupiter square Saturn in your 1st house. So not only are there potentially themes about home and family being activated, but they are directly in conflict, or they are activating some sense of duty or limitation or responsibility in your 1st house of how you move through the world. Did I skip that? Did I say that Saturn and Neptune were in your 1st house and being greeted by that first full moon eclipse? I'm not sure that I did. The more I think about it, the more I feel like I may have glossed over that part. Whoopsie. NBD, just a lot of things happening in your first house, as well as that first full moon eclipse in Pisces. That's going to be at 25 degrees, so it will activate all of those planets one more time. What this tells me is that there's something incoming about who you are, some new stories being activated about how you move through the world that may contradict stories you are currently telling yourself or playing a role in within what home and family mean to you right now. I want to see what else is here. But maybe there's discord at home, maybe we're moving, maybe we're finding that our values, Mars ruling that second house, having just met Jupiter and squaring Saturn, our values are not being respected at home. We don't have the resources to stay in this home. We're being reminded of not being respected at home or valued. Okay, let's see what else is going on here. Validation I need from myself now, that I can make anything. I like that we are starting off with another wand. Are you being limited in your powers here at home? Is home not support? I mean, the whole point of the Four of Wands, let's think about this. The whole point of the Four of Wands is I am building 4 walls to lay down a foundation for my passion and how I express it. Okay? That is the whole point of this Four of Wands. We are celebrating some sort of formalization of love, of, again, passion, creativity, generativity, okay? Maybe family or home in some capacity is like telling you can't do that here. You can't make what you want here just because you want it. You owe us something. That's not aligned with what we do here. We don't want to hold space for that. The validation that you need from yourself right now is that I can make whatever the F I want. This is my favorite queen because all the queens are for themselves, right? It's the kings that really demonstrate outwardly to others, that really show others how to do what they're doing. Queens just do it for them damn selves, okay? The Queen of Wands is particularly potent. It's literally like, I don't need anyone else to come help me make this. I can make, produce, create, generate whatever I want to. It's for me and it feels good. This even like to the point of chaos sometimes might be like, I'm popping off. Look at all these things I made. I made a snake. I made all these planets. I made a butterfly. Like, you can't stop me. I'm gonna make whatever I want. It doesn't mean that we should make everything we want, but you should feel connected to this power within yourself. Okay. All of your houses of substance are fire, theoretically, if you are a Sag rising, Pisces rising rather. Sagittarius is your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation. That's where our first quarter moon's going to be. Are you being held back in creating the legacy that you desire? 2nd house of values, resources, skills. 6th house of time, routine, and the body. Are you being suppressed in some way in using your houses of substance in a way that feels good to you? You need the validation from yourself right now that you can make whatever you want. Let's see what this blockage or wound is. Ooh. Oh my God, my first thought was, but will it make me money? But can it support me? But can it be real? I love the idea of I can make whatever I want in the passionate realm, but will it translate to the tangible physical realm? And that's a very interesting melding of your houses of substance being fire, right? Can I make this actually real, or is it just going to stay in my imagination? Pisces, that's such a Pisces story. Oh my God, that's such a Pisces story. That's Pisces as hell. Let's talk about how Venus moving through Virgo just made an opposition to that Saturn and also squared that Jupiter and Mars. Who makes this real? If I make this real, Saturn in the first, will people like it? Venus in the seventh. If this is not a house placement for you, then is what I'm trying to make concrete, Saturn in the sign of my sun or moon, going to be met with connection and affection by others opposite that place? The people outside of me, will they care? Will they respond? And perhaps there is the question of, will this make me money? Because we do need money to survive in this capitalistic world. Can I prove it? This is a page. This is not the night of, can I put in the work for it? It's like, is it viable? As this leaf unfolds, will it remain in the ether, or will it actually stretch out and again translate into the tangible realm? How to soften this blockage or wound. This is my favorite way to see the moon. And this is a very Piscean card. Okay. Saturn in your first might be kind of a bummer. It's a very technical term in astrology to describe Saturn is bummer. The reality checks might be really hard. Maybe you're really doubting yourself. Maybe you're really questioning yourself and what you're capable of. Saturn does have the tendency to make us feel like we are not moving forward, like we are moving slowly, like we are stuck in a moment we can't get out of. Yes, I heard that U2 song yesterday. But the moon reversed invites us to come out of that deep unconscious space. The moon reversed asks us to move on from this potentially endless investigation. We're like, let me go in there and really just like feel things out. Okay, like usually people who are not Pisces need this invitation to go into the moon. But for you Pisces, like you're already pretty inclined to go in there and to check things out and to scope things out and to be like, ooh, I thought there were monsters in there, but actually they were my friends and I hung out and I spent time with them and like now I've integrated that. Cool. Time to say goodbye, like time to leave that behind for a bit. Recognize that you've gained clarity. Recognize that you can step out of the fog. Really interesting to see this kind of ether cloud in contrast with this like moon fog. Maybe it feels like they're one and the same, but they might really be two sides of the same coin. Am I actually spending time thinking about how to make this real? Or am I remaining in the fear that it will never be real? The moon reversed is an invitation to step out of the moon, to recognize that you have reached the end of the tunnel. If you've heard me talk about, I'm kind of drawing a correlation to like the Hanged One, or in my deck, Chrysalis, which is Neptune itself, where we kind of say like, well, you're going to go on pause. You're going through the drive-through car wash. Okay, so you've lined up your wheel, you have put the car into neutral, all the windows are rolled up. You cannot drive. Do not pass go, do not collect $200, all right? You cannot drive. You can't really do much. What are you gonna do, like make a call while there's all this noise happening around you while your car is being cleaned? It's not even that long of a journey, but it does ask us to kind of be in suspension for a moment. But then you finish the car wash and you come through the other side and you say, okay, all clean, time to go back to my day. And that's kind of what this is making me think of. Like, again, the fog is lifting. You can now resume your normal speed. And I want you to tell me in the comments what that brings up for you, because obviously that's a metaphor. And I want to know what you are kind of giving or being given permission to resume full speed about. Again, Saturn's in your first house. Saturn's not done in your first house. Saturn's not going to be done in your first house until really 2026. It will move into Aries next year, but it will go back, okay? So I'm not telling you to just like plow forward with reckless abandon. I'm not telling you to just make whatever you want without any sort of framework or care. but you are invited to step out of the fog, to integrate the clarity that you've gained, and to now kind of sit with this question of like, all right, now that I've gone through that, I've gotten a sense of who's in there and what fears I've been carrying, and I've integrated those. Now I can come back to this question of what is going to be real? What can I make real? How can I translate my passion into reality? A gift I discover as I travel within. A realignment. A realignment of our sense of drive. A realignment of our motivation. Let's think about how the Chariot year was last year, and the Hermit year is next year, and the Strength year is now. Maybe there's something you are turning back for to really truly realign this season as you step into the Hermit. And let's compare and contrast the Hermit and the Moon while we're here. Hermit is Virgo, Moon is Pisces. They're both two sides of the same coin. Similar to what I described here with this fog, okay? They're two sides of the same coin, but what is going within doing for you? We're serving different functions by going within. By going within here, we're seeking answers and wisdom within ourselves. Okay, we're doing the math. We're finding the truth. We're listening to our inner guidance. Here is much more abstract. We are tuning into, again, the esoteric, the fears that live within us that take the shape of monsters. And we're clearing out the fog, and we're seeing those monsters, and we are dispelling all of that fear. And we're integrating what we've seen in there. This is emotional. This is logical. You've been in the emotional place. You've been getting the emotional clarity. It's now time to go in here and get the rational, logical clarity. What instincts have been formed here around what you are able to create? How do they connect to your early home life? What does that mean to you? What are you ready to sever here to free up your instincts, to reprogram? What drive and motivation do you want to reconnect with as you go within and seek some logical guidance within yourself, some tangible energy there? Let's go ahead and roll these dice. Okay. All right, so that 10th house, I was talking about that first quarter moon in Sag. What legacy are you here to create? What early patterning is telling you that you can't do that, or that that's not allowed, or that that's not respected here, or that that's crazy, that's never going to take off, that's never going to be real? What fears have you internalized about what you're here to create, right? That first quarter moon is going to illuminate those things. That first quarter moon is going to highlight and put some pressure on, from that 7th house of one-on-one relationships. Who supports my legacy? Who supports what I'm putting into the world? Who speaks highly of me? How can I align myself more with those people and maybe away from the people who don't see my vision or don't support my dream? Is one interpretation of that. We have Scorpio. Okay. Nothing's in Scorpio right now, but theoretically Scorpio is your 9th house of beliefs, higher learning, other cultures, faraway travels. What beliefs and philosophies need to be rewritten now? Mars is ruling that space, as we talked about. Mars has been in your 4th house, theoretically, maybe severing some ties with some old stories. As Mars moves into Cancer and impacts your 5th house of self-expression, true love, play, joy, creativity. Play, joy, creativity really brought me back to this Queen of Wands. Mars is going to want to act on those creative ideas. In doing so, Mars will be impacting that 9th house space of what I believe in, what impact I think I have in the broader world around me, as well as what place I think I have in the broader world around me. So there certainly stand to be some of those things being rewritten for you. And Mercury. Mercury's ruling that 4th house space. Mercury is ruling that 7th house space. Mercury is retrograde. Mercury's retrograde in theoretically in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. What do you do with your time? Have you been rewriting how you spend your time based on the people you are connected with one-on-one in that 7th house space? What are the overlapping stories there between your time, body, routine, and the people you connect with one-on-one? I kind of linked that to your 10th house, since that's where that first quarter moon will be talking to, is that 7th house space. That first quarter moon will be in trine to Mercury, where Mercury is now. So where Mercury is finishing that retrograde in that 6th house, theoretically space, is connected to what that first quarter moon is going to be lighting up on a bigger scale, on a bigger stage for you. So maybe thinking about how I use my time, who respects my time, who appreciates what I'm trying to create here, and how that maybe reinvigorates my drive and my motivation toward the legacy I'm here to create. Ooh, so interesting. All right, Pisces. Thank you so much for tuning in. Let me know in the comments what this brings up for you. What resonates, what doesn't make sense, what hits right. I'm really curious to know what this brings up for you. If you enjoyed this, please give this video a like. Maybe consider sending it to a friend who is similarly needing to validate their own powers of creation. And subscribe so we can talk more about what Mercury is up to moving out of that retrograde shadow, and get a sense of how those relationships one-on-one are connecting with your home space and what you've learned from this retrograde process. I hope to see you there. Welcome, Aries, to your Virgo season forecast. Okay, so as we explore Virgo season, we are seeing... Okay. Welcome, Aries, to your Virgo season forecast. As we explore Virgo season, we're seeing the Sun, the new moon, Venus, and eventually Mercury impacting your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. Mercury is wrapping up its retrograde in your 5th house of self-expression, true love, play, joy, children. We'll see Venus move into Libra and impact your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they love, enemy, business partner, or friend. Kind of said that in a funny order, but that's fine. We'll see a first quarter moon in your 9th house of higher learning, other cultures, philosophy, religion, impact we have on the world. Pluto dips back into your 10th house one more time to impact your career, legacy, reputation, tradition. Saturn and Neptune have been hanging out and will be joined by our first full moon eclipse in your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, my mental health. The North Node and Chiron chilling in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. Maybe that North Node has dipped above your ascendant now. If you have a later degree Aries ascendant, maybe it's floating in that 12th house of things we just described. Uranus chilling in your 2nd house, probably, of my stuff, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. My money. Mars just met with Jupiter and will be joined by our 3rd quarter moon, impacting your 3rd house of neighbors, siblings, the mind, how we communicate, immediate environment, neighborhood. Last but not least, your ruler, Mars, moving into Cancer, impacting your 4th house of home. Emotional body, family, origin story, land. Prompts for today. Validation I need from myself now, and a blockage or wound here. How to soften this blockage or wound, and a gift I discover as I travel within. We'll look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories are beneath what's brewing here, and we'll roll the dice to get a sense of anything else we need to know. I don't know why I was a robot there at the end. Need to know. It's AI's fault. It's gonna turn us all into robots. Okay. What sort of praise are we receiving this season, Aries? What kind of parade is being thrown in our name, in our honor? Dust that off for you. What kind of celebration, what kind of attention, what sort of honor are we able to or expecting to receive now? Okay. Thinking about Venus moving into that 7th house space of one-on-one partnerships. Maybe bringing about some attention. Pluto moving back into that 10th house space. Maybe opening you up to receive. Maybe that's been a story Pluto's been slowly digging up for you over the past 16 years and is coming back to wrap up with you in some way now. Let's see what else we have here. Validation I need from myself now. Okay, a couple ways I'm seeing this. Do I need to validate what balance looks like for me? Like, is someone else trying to tell me, or am I hoping that someone else will tell me? My mind also went back to that Venus in the 7th. You tell me what's out of balance. You tell me if I'm good here. No. Only you can tell you if you are in balance. Only you can sense what might be out of balance. Only you can determine what that balance even looks like and is supposed to feel like. Nobody can calibrate that for you, Aries, right? And certainly with Mars moving into Cancer, well, let me rewind. Certainly Mars making a conjunction to Jupiter, somewhere near or impacting your 3rd house of the mind and our peers and our siblings and how we communicate and our neighborhood, may have stirred up something, right? That's Mars, your chart ruler, kind of stirring something up or being activated in some way. Mars went on to square Saturn, hanging out in or impacting your 12th house. Jupiter went and did the same damn thing. And Venus came through and opposed that Saturn and squared that Mars and Jupiter from impacting your 6th house of time, routine, and the body. So temperance certainly makes me think about that axis that we just described. The 3rd house, the 6th house, the 9th house, where we're going to see that 1st quarter moon in Sagittarius, and that 12th house. All of that connecting us to temperance. You know, I've never thought about that really like that before, but as I say it out loud, it feels very true. Let's look at the evidence. The 3rd house of the mind. Gemini. I mean, look, if we're talking to Aries rising right now, you're the model of the chart, right? You are the prototype. So 3rd house, Gemini, mind. 9th house, Sagittarius, passion, purpose, meaning. 6th house, time, routine, health, the body, what grounds us. 12th house, the emotions, what I feel, my mental health, what it all means in the end, what it all adds up to. Balance. Cool. Love that. Okay. So, only you can determine what house from those 4 that we've just named feels out of balance for you. Is your mind feeling overactive? Is your sense of passion being underfed or overwhelmed? Is your emotional, what's the word that I guess capacity, but like, is your emotional, are your emotional faculties being nourished? Okay. Is your time something that you're able to manage? Is your body energized enough to do what you're trying to do? All right, so again, Venus and Libra, Venus moving into Libra might be like, you tell me what you think is out of balance here. And it's really like, no, only I can validate that for myself. Because only I know what it should look like. And if you don't know if you don't know what it should look like, then that's all the more reason why you need to go within and investigate. Because only you have those answers within you. And maybe they're blocked from you at this time. I will say Temperance tends to be correlated with Sagittarius. And maybe that first quarter moon squaring the sun moving through your 6th house is going to reveal to you where your sense of passion is not being nurtured by what you do in your routine or what you do with your time or what you're capable of doing with your body right now. But you'll need to decide what that looks like and validate that for yourself in order to be able to move toward it. A blockage or wound here is that you don't feel very hopeful about that. Okay, we saw that come up at our, let's see, it was under the bottom of the deck at our Leo new moon. That took place in your 5th house or impacted your 5th house of self-expression and play. Do you have enough play in your life? Is there time for play in your life? Okay. We also saw this show up, I'm pretty sure this just came up in our Aquarius full moon as something we were able to celebrate in the light of this moon. Maybe you're a little stuck on that still. Maybe that's not quite resolved yet for you. As I record this, we are still feeling the after effects of this full moon. It was quite a jolting one. And let's connect this back to Temperance. If theoretically my passion is not being nurtured enough, there's not enough time in the day, I don't have enough energy, I'm not feeling grounded enough to do that. Let's look at these pairs here, right? Like earth and water go together. Fire and air go together. I mean, there's a lot of air going on. And at this Aquarius full moon, we had nothing in earth except for Uranus, which is a rude surprise, right? So if we don't have the time or the energy or, you know, the health in this moment to do what we're trying to do, what's that being met with in our emotional space? I'm thinking about Saturn in your 12th house or impacting your 12th house. Are you able to connect with nurturing yourself emotionally in order to feel connected to faith or hope or being open to possibility at this time? So not only is like, let's just say everything's a little bit out of balance right now, just to make that nice and balanced. Let's say everything's a little bit out of balance right now. That's also certainly being represented here in the emotional space. I don't know what to hope for. I don't know what to open up to. I don't feel trusting to open up to those hopes and dreams right now. Full moon in the 11th house, perhaps. Okay. How to soften this blockage or wound? Go back to the drawing board. This feels, this is another fire card, right? So if we are talking about Sag energy or just fire, passion, creativity, generativity in general, time to go back to the drawing board. Certainly getting a sense of what the Hermit is asking of us. And the Nine of Cups really does point to what strength is looking for, because this feels instinctual. Hope is not something tangible, right? It can be taught to us, but it's not something that we can hold. It's not something that we can prove. It's a spiritual element. What instincts have you formed around opening up to hope, opening up to possibility? Where does it feel safer to be closed off? To not have expectations? Who taught you that? And what were they going through? What were they going through that they passed that on to you? I'm looking at Mars moving into Cancer and impacting that fourth house space. Getting clear on who you are and where you've come from and what emotional patterns you've been taught or you've inherited from that origin story or from the people who raised you. And the only way to soften some of this is to turn back around, right? At the 2 is where we make the map. We sit down, like literally in front of the drawing board, and we're like, okay, this is where I want to go. I'm going to map things out. I'm going to decide what I want to do and where I want to go and what my destination is. So before we can proceed to the 3, where we actually set off on that journey, we begin to live it, breathe it, be it. You're being invited to turn around and to rework this map. I really love that, because reworking the map will highlight what is out of balance for you in terms of where you're trying to go. Actually, I've been on this path of going this way, and that way is not for me anymore. And as I reconsider where I do want to be going and what I want my destination to look like, that helps me dispel myths or fears about what I should be hopeful for or what I can open up to regarding hope. Makes me confront some of those instincts about what I think the outcome of this plan might look like. And if we can nurture some of the emotional part of temperance here, we might be able to first then shift into addressing the tangible, all of those things lighting up in Virgo this season. You might be able to get a sense of softening into feeling grounded into this new plan, into this new desire. And as we continue to address these imbalances one by one, it makes it much clearer which other things are out of balance and where and why and how, and what we can give those things. A gift I discover as I travel within. Ooh, baby. Wow. Wow. Okay, soups cash. That's cute. You mean you go inside, rework the plan, address where you might have developed some conditioning around staying out of hope, and then you gain like new passion. I love the full circle nature of this, connecting this to Sagittarius, thinking about perhaps what feels out of balance most clearly might be a sense of purpose, passion, drive, what I'm here to create. Recognizing where that's connected to a lack of hope. How can I be connected to my passion if I don't have any hope that any of it will become real? There are no pentacles here, by the way. Just want to point that out. We got wands. We've got a mix of things here. Water. This is earthy, okay? So, tuning within, going in for those answers, spending time alone feels very 6th house. Let me go into my workshop. That's what I call the 6th house. This is where I spend the most time. That might be my office space. Or again, like if I have an at-home workshop, the workshop of the mind, right, is very 6th house. Going within, getting a sense of what you can identify as out of balance first, providing some remedial opportunities for the hope you have around what's possible. Softening into that by addressing where it is you're trying to go. That honestly brings me back to Pluto in that 10th house, coming back for that final pass. What is the legacy you're trying to create? What traditions are you here to carry onward? What reputation do you care about? What power do you think you have in the world? I'm guessing there are some like stifled instincts in there that need your attention at this time. connected to what you imagine or hope could even be possible. By going within, by being willing to explore and rewrite this map for yourself based on what you sense is out of balance and where you need to be going, not getting validation from other people. This has made me think also about Venus hitting the South Node shortly after entering Libra. Hi, I'm here. Tell me what you think about this. I want to appeal to you. Actually, no, the South Node is here telling me I'm throwing all of that compulsion into the garbage. Okay? Yeah. You reactivating your powers of creativity, your powers of generativity, your sense of passion. Not telling you right away that you're going to just jump into making. That would be the Queen. The Page is feeling this match being lit. Feeling that inner fire re-emerging. Recognizing that something is being activated within you. All right, what you do with that, we'll see. In this season, we're just working toward this reactivation, getting that pilot lit, okay? We'll worry about what comes next season. Fun to come back to the Six of Wands and think about, like, are you holding yourself back from getting the praise and parade that you deserve because you're stuck in this place right now? Because you're not feeling connected to your powers of generativity, because you don't feel hopeful about what is possible. Is it time to maybe allow yourself the chance to be celebrated by focusing on these themes here? Let's of course think about how the 2 leads us eventually to the 6. But like, how can you be praised and get a parade if you are not sure of where you're even trying to go for it? Or what you're even here to do to get that parade? You deserve your flowers, Aries, right? You just got to decide what kind and for what. 9th house. Sagittarius. Totally. We are reframing our beliefs about what we can do, about what we can have hope about. Virgo. Well, duh. Yes. All that 6th house activity is going to be super important. Literally kind of like this hermit time for you. The 6th house is not where we see other people. The 6th house is not where we're seen by ourselves. The 6th house is not visible from the ascendant. And I love that for you. Stop focusing on where you're going right now in the Aries ascendant. Start focusing on that 6th house of what I want to tinker with behind the scenes to get myself prepared to start on a pathway. Okay. And Jupiter's ruling your 12th house, right? Jupiter's been in your 3rd house, will remain there until next spring. It's going to retrograde soon, be retrograde through the end of the year. Jupiter is feeling maybe depleted and overwhelmed in Gemini. Too many options, too many opinions, too many ideas. Really maybe putting a damper on your 12th house of hope and what I think is possible in my mental health. So getting clear on what's been activated for you there and sitting with what hope can look like for you and who taught you these instincts around what hope looks like for you and what is possible. Dearest Aries, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please give this video a like. Please share maybe with a fellow Aries who needs to take this season to go within, quite literally, stay out of visibility for a moment, to reroute, to then open back up to being seen. Subscribe so we can talk about Libra season and what Venus is dumping from that South Node and what the Sun will then come through and integrate from that process. And to talk about you returning to that place of visibility and where you're going to go next. I'll see you there. Welcome, Taurus, to your Virgo season forecast. As we explore Virgo season, we are seeing the Sun, the new moon, Venus, and eventually Mercury impacting your 5th house of self-expression, play, joy, creativity, children, true love. Venus will make its way into Libra and impact your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. We'll see a 1st quarter moon lighting up your 8th house space of shared resources, my boss, my landlord, my spouse, my ancestors, my psychology. Pluto re-enters for the final time your 9th house of faraway travel, higher learning, philosophy, religion, other cultures. There we go. Saturn and Neptune have been chilling and will be joined by our first full moon eclipse in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future. Friends and communities. We've got North Node and Chiron posted up in your 12th house of endings, what it all means in the end, me and my maker. Karma, my mental health. Uranus has been shaking things up in your first house of self and how you move through the world. Mars met up with Jupiter and will be joined by our 3rd quarter moon in your 2nd house of my skills, how I use them to make my money, my resources, my values. Last but not least, Mars shifts signs and impacts your 3rd house of peers, neighborhood, immediate environment, siblings, the mind, how we communicate. Prompts for today. Validation I need. So silly. I need from myself now. And a blockage or wound here. How to soften this blockage or wound. And a gift I discover as I travel within. We'll look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories lie beneath the surface of this time. We'll roll the dice to see anything else that stands out that we need to pay attention to now. Okay, Taurus. Some interesting themes lighting up for you. Okay, 5 of Swords tells us a story about walking away from something we can no longer gain any ground within. This is a wall of swords that you cannot get past. You have been trying, you have been fighting, you've been putting in a good fight. But there's no ground to be gained on either side of this fight. No one is making progress. Which leads us to the walking away that takes place in the 6 of Swords. At some point you have to decide, what is it worth for me to keep at this? What is not moving forward in a way that I need it to in order to make progress? What fight do I keep fighting that isn't worth my fight anymore? Let's find out. Validation I need from myself now. Ooh. Okay. All right. In a more traditional translation, the Lovers reversed might be, I'm not getting the kind of relationship that I want right now. My relational romantic needs are not being met by the people I'm currently engaged with, or currently encountering, or currently kind of, navigating relationships with. Beyond that, we could look to some other Lovers themes about my dual self. Where have I been maybe stuck in a thinking function and not really allowing myself to act on those thoughts, on those visions, on those ideas? Where have I been stuck in the idea stage? Wait, did I just say that? Yes, where am I stuck in the idea stage? Where am I stuck in the practical stage? Where am I stuck in the doing and not really making room for the inspiration to flow? So maybe there's some overlap there too. Maybe we're having ideas about relationships that we want to be participating in, and we're so stuck in the idea of it that we're not really taking action. Maybe we're stuck in the action part of the relationship and just sort of going through the motions and playing the part and doing the steps as, we've been taught. But it's so routine at this point that it's not really creating room to feel inspired. So there's certainly ways for that to overlap. It might be that you're maybe waiting for someone else to call it. Waiting for someone else to say, hey, this is how I'm feeling. Hey, this is how I'm not feeling. Hey, we're not really getting where I want to go. Certainly seeing where the Five of Swords could be playing out here. Maybe you're waiting for someone to tell you that. And maybe you need to be the one, well, not maybe, this is literally what this prompt is saying. Maybe you, no, stop saying maybe. You need to be the one to validate that for yourself. Perhaps you're worried that that other person is feeling those things, and you're going to be the one to name that you're not feeling those things, and that's stressful. And that leads us to a Five of Swords place where we cannot make any progress. But is that worth keeping up? Like, if you're not feeling it, is it worth it to keep going? If you're not connecting, if you're not getting what you need, is it worth it to you to carry that guilt or that shame or whatever you're carrying about what you feel? Because you can't help what you feel, Taurus, right? You can't help what you love. You can't help what you need. Those are just innate parts of us. But if there's some factor of feeling bad, or maybe there's fear about walking away because maybe you've been trying so hard. I've tried so hard and got so far. If you can't get any further, then what are you doing? Okay, let's see what this blockage or wound is here. Oh, there's this. As soon as I said that the 5 leads us to the 6, I wondered if we were gonna see it, and we do see it. When do you walk away, Taurus? What does that look like for you? As a fixed sign, whether that's your ascendant or your sun or your moon, you are stubborn, and I mean that in a good way. You will hold on to things, perhaps beyond the scope of their application or their usefulness or their function. You might feel like, I kind of said this to, who did I say this to earlier? Was it Pisces? I don't know. I'm not gonna think too much about it. I said this to another sign today during these polls. I said, is something you are worried about, like this is as good as it's gonna get? Oh, it was Capricorn, your fellow earth sign. See, it's not just you, Taurus. Earth signs have a sense of duty to hold on to what they have. Earth signs know that there's a limited number of resources here in this lifetime. And we might treat love like they are one of them. We might treat love like it is a limited resource and that we're only gonna get so many tries to have love. And we might say, I gotta stick it out. This is all I'm gonna get. This is as good as it's gonna get. I don't wanna be without. It's a very earth feeling, and perhaps a very Taurus feeling, especially if you're a Taurus moon. Taurus moons are exalted because it's like, I have a feeling and I have something to give that feeling. But if that moon's afflicted in any way, if that Venus is afflicted in any way, then that moon knows what scarcity feels like, okay? So I want to ask you, and tell me in the comments if this resonates for you, when it is you make the choice to walk away, how far do you have to be pushed in order to finally activate this agency for yourself, or this trust that if you leave something, you will find something else? It's hard because the swords are not a very hopeful suit, right? The further we get into the swords, the more anxious we become. I do like the 7 because I think of it as a turning point. If I leave this, I acknowledge that it's no longer for me. And this might compel me to confront other lies I've been living in the 7. Where do I feel a sense of imposter syndrome or feel undeserving and therefore lie or contort or distort myself in order to be or feel more deserving or to fit into something that is actually a lie for me? But if we don't make that choice in the 7, then we continue to dive further into lies. And then we end up at a point where we just feel collapse and anxiety because we're not living in our truth.
So this 6 is actually your key to freedom, but it's really daunting and really scary. I said this to Capricorn because the card they had here was the 8 of Cups. And if you've heard me talk about these cards before, I talk about them as though they are very similar. One is logical, one is emotional in the 8 of Cups. The 8 is a little further along, right? And that kind of makes sense. We tend to invest more emotionally and to stick around for the emotional things longer because emotions run very deep within us. Emotions are irrational. This is more logical, thinking about Mars and Jupiter in your 2nd house of the mind. Nope, I'm so sorry. Gemini is the mind. Mars and Jupiter in that house of my values, my self-worth. Okay. Let's recap the fact that Mars just made a conjunction to Jupiter there and really created some big sense perhaps of expectation or hope or desire or deserving in that space. But then those planets both ran into the wall of Saturn in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future. And maybe what got lit up for you in that conjunction was immediately dampened by Saturn's presence of, nah, I'll never get to have that. There's no point in thinking about the hopes and dreams for the future with Saturn there because Saturn is saying, slow your roll, kid. I'm going to be a real bummer up here. I'm going to make it feel like you have no capacity to get up here. And then what happened? Venus moving through your 5th house of true love and self-expression went in and also squared Mars and Jupiter and then opposed Saturn. I may have said that backwards, but that all happened in a very short time at that Aquarius full moon, which is in your 10th house of career, tradition that you hope to uphold, legacy, reputation. So that was a hard moment. Venus in its house of joy in the 5th house, while also being in detriment in Virgo, also going back and forth between what I feel entitled to in my house of joy, but also what I have to work so hard for in my sign of detriment. Really contradictory and really brings me back to the Lovers here. Balance, needing to find balance between those two functions. Being realistic about what I'm entitled to, but also recognizing that love is work. Okay? Love isn't an ideal, right? And Saturn's like, haha, no ideals, blah, blah, blah. And Venus is like, I feel so lonely. Will I ever have what I want? No, so I'll hold on to what I have. Let's see how we're going to soften this blockage or this wound. I mean, let's actually kind of name this wound here first. I'm really loving how the wound is really lining up with the instincts. Did I do that on purpose? I can't say. I was not conscious of that. But I do tend to put the hard thing here under the instincts we're hoping to reframe. So it's all about the sequence, right? You got to put the hard thing not first, but also not at the end. It's got to be very well timed, okay? For us to be open to that. Instincts. Again, where's your Venus? If you're a Taurus rising, if you're a Taurus sun, if you're a Taurus moon, that Venus is going to tell a big story about what you've lost in the past and how you have created stories about what you are able to hold on to or discover anew in the present and the future. If you've had early loss, if you've felt afflicted or restricted in how you seek affection, this is going to be a really strong story within you. You're going to have instincts around holding on to things beyond their point of being satisfying to you or being fulfilling to you, or even the possibility of bringing you joy. Do you feel entitled to joy? Is a very possibly afflicted Venus story. Do you feel like you have to jump through hoops to get the love that you need? Okay, do you stick around for things, hoping that you'll get just like some final crumbs of love? That breaks my heart, Taurus. You deserve more than that. Even if your Venus is afflicted, especially if your Venus is afflicted, that doesn't mean that you're doomed, okay? That means that we need some more work to figure out how to nurture that. So how do we soften this wound? Ooh, this is very interesting. I did have a question before committing to this narrative of you not walking away. I had a question of, do you jump the gun in walking away? So we have some questions here about like, when is enough enough? Maybe you aren't clear on that. Do you jump the gun in leaving sometimes because you anticipate this Five of Swords coming along? Because of this imbalance here, because of these instincts. And in an act of self-defense, you bolt before someone else can call it. Okay. And I bring that up because here's the Tower, but reversed. If this were upright, I might say, blow it up, baby. But reversed, this is a more controlled burn. Maybe that's really something you need, is to practice walking away, kind of in slow motion. Because either way, if we jump the gun in leaving to preserve ourselves from further pain, if we refuse to walk away because of fear that we'll never arrive at anything that's for us and feels good for us, either way, either side of the coin you are here on, just act like it made sense, okay? Either side of this equation that you land on here, moving out of it requires patiently, slowly burning something to the ground. Controlled fire, all right? We're not striking lightning. We're not going to ease this wound by just bolting right now. That's not going to help you feel better about this wound. That's not going to you're not going to just lightning jump into abandoned ship and like, oh, now I feel like I know exactly when to walk away. No, you're a Taurus. It's going to take slow and steadied steps through this process to really feel it out and to trust yourself in doing this. Acknowledging that something is out of balance within you regarding what kind of love you have for yourself and what kind of love you experience with others. And slowly, and again, let's talk about how we're going within the Hermit this season to go practice this, to go get clear on what the steps look like. Venus is going to move into your 6th house, right? Or is going to be in aversion to your sun and or moon. Whatever placement you're here for to hear about, Taurus, your ruler is going to leave visibility for some time. It's going to be at home, which is the good news. It will be at home, but you will not be able to see it while it's there. Mars, meanwhile, is going to be affecting your 3rd house of the mind and how you communicate. So we've got some 3rd house, 6th house themes of taking our time, 6th house, to get clear on where we need to strike and carve away from something, 3rd house, Mars. Even reflecting inward on what kind of conflict you are avoiding. The Tower reverse can also lead us to a recognition of, oh, I'm feeling Tower energy, but I'm not letting it out. I am suppressing that drive within myself. Another reason why we don't need to just jump into suddenly being the Tower, because if that's something you're suppressing in yourself, that's something we need to get clear on first, that we can only do by going into the Hermit, by going within and spending time in there and understanding, what am I actually feeling right now? Let's come back to the idea that Virgo rules is on the cusp of your 5th house, theoretically. Your house of true love and self-expression, and where you are not expressing yourself in an authentic way. We need to reflect on that. We need to get clear on what we're actually feeling before we can actually engage in the controlled burn. A gift I discover as I travel within. Ooh, that's a cruel gift, but at the same time, in the vein of all of these swords, a necessary catharsis. We just talked about how this is all happening as some sort of defense mechanism to prevent this, okay? Which means that if you are in a self-defense, like in a defense mechanism and a self-preservation act right now, in order to avoid this, this is probably inevitable either way. Suppressing that, let's talk about the lightning here, all right? If you don't walk away from what's not nourishing you or serving you or allowing you to make progress, you're still in pain, my friend. You just are lying to yourself about it being buried beneath the surface. You're like, that's not there. It's still there. That pain's going to be there whether you let it out or not. Okay? So it's time to go in there and actually examine what that looks like and what you are avoiding so that you can actually just go through it and release it. The longer you hold off the 3, the stronger it's going to feel. We could totally see like a 3 of Swords. If we're suppressing the 3 of Swords, it will eventually erupt in the form of the volcano that is the Tower. It's time to move through this, my love. I'm going over time and I do not care because this needed to come through, all right? In Taurus fashion, we needed to build up to this moment. Libra, Venus is going in there, 1000%. Venus is going in there. You're not going to see it. But Venus is going to hit the South Node while it's there, and it's going to impact what you feel like you are able to release. Where are you living in a lie? Where are you upholding a balance that is not actually real for you? Are you protecting yourself from pain? Are you protecting the other person from pain? It's not serving either of you. Okay? 7th house. Scorpio. Mars moving through that 3rd house. This is a very Martian energy. Tower. What are you trying to preserve, right? That 7th house of Scorpio needs depth, needs honesty, needs passion, needs power in order to feel like an equal. If you're not experiencing those things with whatever story is here, you're not honoring that 7th house in a meaningful way. You are depriving yourself of the intensity and the scope and the depth that you need to feel that sense of balance to that Taurus energy. Neptune. I talked about Saturn. I talked about everything opposing and squaring Saturn, but I didn't talk about Neptune. Often because Neptune's just so far out there and so slow moving that it's kind of like, what are you bringing to this, Neptune? But let's look at what Neptune's bringing to this. Venus in this season will oppose Neptune from your 5th house, theoretically, or impacting your 5th house of true love and self-expression. Venus will cry in that opposition about how nothing can ever live up to what she hopes it does. Nothing will be the vision that I carry in my mind. That is a grief you need to honor, because as humans, we will all experience that in some capacity. Okay? Neptune up there in that 11th house of hopes and dreams of the future is like, what is even real that I can invest in as the future? Venus is like, I'm crying. Okay? Everything moving through Virgo this season will also walk into that same opposition. Virgo wants perfection. Virgo wants to put in so much work to make the perfection happen. And Neptune dissolves all of those efforts and says, you will never be the way this is in your imagination. And that is something that needs to be honored and moved through. All right? We need to just make room for the fact that that's true. Because only by doing that can we actually then give ourselves the space to move on from what definitely isn't that thing and get clear on what could be closer to that thing. Taurus, I love you so much. Thank you so much for watching. If you made it all the way through this video, I really respect that. I know there's some hard things in here, but I think they're really important for you to navigate right now. Okay? If you enjoyed this video, well, that's maybe the wrong word. If you got something out of this video, please give it a like. Maybe share with a fellow Taurus who needs to hear this. And subscribe so we can talk more about Libra season and what you will be catching up to in meeting that South Node that Venus is setting up for you this season. I'll see you then. Welcome, Gemini, to your Virgo season forecast. As we explore Virgo season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Venus, Mercury, eventually. Impacting your 4th house of home, origin story, family, emotional body, land. We'll see Venus move into Libra and impact your 5th house of true love, self-expression, play, joy, children. Pluto, our first quarter moon strikes your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, business partner, or enemy. Pluto makes its final pass into your 8th house of shared resources, my boss, my landlord, my spouse, my ancestors, my psychology. Saturn and Neptune will be joined by this first full moon eclipse in your 10th house of legacy, or impacting your house of legacy, career, reputation, tradition. There we go. North Node and Chiron have been chilling in your 11th house. Maybe the North Node has moved into your 10th house at this point in Placidus, since it's in the early degrees, but impacting your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and communities. Uranus, meanwhile, stirring shit up from your 12th house of my mental health. Karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, isolation versus solitude. Did I say my mental health? Yes, I started off with my mental health. Mars just met Jupiter and will be joined by our 3rd quarter moon in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. Last but not least, Mars will move into Cancer and impact your 2nd house of my stuff, my values, my resources, my skills, and how I use those skills to make money. Prompts for today. Validation I need from myself now, and a blockage or wound here. How to soften this blockage or wound, and a gift I discover as I travel within. We're gonna look at the bottom of the deck and see what lies beneath these tales today that we unfold. And we'll roll the dice to get a sense of anything else that stands out to us that we need to pay attention to. Okay. My first thought just now was like, we're unlearning something. Okay, so King of Swords. Oh, Gemini, you are the master of information. Or are you? Are you? Could you be? Maybe not with Jupiter around, really just confounding what facts are the most relevant or pertinent to the situation, what your source looks like or your source is. Maybe there's a whole influx of sources around you right now, and you're like, which ones do I honor and listen to? Which ones are the most responsible or socially relevant? Jupiter themes. Mars just made a conjunction to Jupiter, impacting that 1st house of self and how you move through the world. How did that feel? They both squared Saturn in your 10th house of legacy, career, reputation, tradition. Did that confound what it is you think about what you're creating here and how you're getting there? Jupiter's ruling that house, right? If you're just a Gemini sun or moon, then that is still an influence that is square to you. Okay, that is confronting where you are going and how you're getting there and what it means to go there and be that. So, King of Swords reversed. Are we unlearning something? Are we recognizing that some sort of truth we've been working with or have accepted before now is no longer a truth we can align ourselves with? Are we catching ourselves in a moment of like abusing information? Are we abusing the truth? Are we upholding this responsibility in such a way that is dishonorable or misleading to other people? Are you conscious of that? Are you aware of that? Are you becoming aware of it now? Was it intentional? Was it simply being overwhelmed? We're stepping out of some sort of hardened truth, whatever that looks like. So let's see what else is going on to tell us more. Validation I need from myself now. Ooh. Okay. I want to say like you are enough, but then that's validation coming from me. So actually that's not helpful. It needs to come from you. Feeling like, okay, so upright, this Five of Pentacles is like, I don't have enough. I'm never going to get enough. I don't know where to look to get enough. I'm ashamed to look. outside of me for resources. I should have what I need. Lots of shame in that story. Upside down, reversed, this is saying, oh, I'm finally coming out of this. I'm stepping out of this place of scarcity, whether it's real or perceived. I have gathered the strength to look outside of myself and seek that help. So I'm guessing you're in the process of this and you are being asked to validate for yourself that you're okay stepping out of that place of scarcity. Maybe you are working on this and you need the validation that it's okay to bring this story to an end or to seek that help now. Other people, I mean, look, this is a truth that we might be unlearning right now, or facts that no longer align with us. Is there a story in here? Is there a truth in here that has told you that you don't have enough or that you can't ask for help? If that's true, then there's no real point in asking anyone if it's okay for you to step out of it. You got to redefine this for yourself. You've got to validate for yourself that you are stepping out of this and that you can ask for help. And that you will get it. Not only ask for it, but that you will receive it. Okay? Because that's what happens in the 6, is that we get the help that we're asking for. We might even get enough help that we can eventually turn around and be that help for someone else. But to get there, we've got to leave this story behind. No one else can tell you that you can leave that story or that that story is over. That's a story within yourself that you need to be able to seek the edges of. I hope that makes sense. Let's find out a blockage or wound here. Oh, double 5s. Okay. Interesting. Okay. There's a similar, I mean, look what I did here. There's a similar vibe between these cards. We have rings, right? Sort of layers to this process of loss and grief. We have a central image that is the resource we are seeking. In the 5 of Pentacles, these oranges or lemon slices are dried and they want to be hydrated. To do that, they have to go in and seek that. In the 5 of Cups, we are sad. We are feeling the loss. We are in a tunnel of grief, but we want to go through the other side and seek the light at the end of that tunnel. This is a very clear story here about loss. A blockage. Okay, so the thing I need to validate is that I can lose resources and regain them or have them supplemented for me. But the blockage is I have lost emotionally and it's really hard for me to feel like I can move through that. Okay? 2 different manifestations of a similar theme of the 5, which is change. We fear change as humans. We do not like change. I mean, look, you're a Gemini. Like, theoretically, you should love change, but where's your Mercury? I mean, at the very least, Mercury is retrograde right now. So if this is just a story in real time in this moment, you're certainly feeling like you don't know how to move forward and move through that. But I'm going to guess that this is a deeper story about some instincts. Maybe we change consciously to avoid the fear of loss subconsciously in what is changed. And when we change things, we lose things. That is inevitable. If we change course, that means we leave that other path behind. We are no longer exploring that path. Get you a girl who can do both? I don't know. How's that work? I don't think that's physically possible. We can maybe want to be in 2 places at once. Maybe we can toy around with that, but emotionally, can we be in 2 places at once? Physically, can we be in 2 places at once? I don't think so. Mentally, should we be in 2 places at once? Is that part of this story here? About like a truth that no longer aligns with us, or like a manipulation of information? Okay. So there's instincts around loss. Maybe I don't know how to come through the other side of this tunnel. That scares me. I don't want to go in there because I don't know when I'll get through the other side. I don't know who will be there when I get there. I don't know how I'll ever recover from this. Okay. How to soften this blockage or wound. Oh, bold. Continuing this theme of circles. And I love that what we want in this is water. What we have in this is maybe too much water. And here, this is the earth surrounded by water. This is still the same call to jump into that center. What you want is in the center. Are you dancing around the edge? Are you scared to submerge yourself? Are you afraid that you won't be able to manipulate the truth or lie to yourself, or that the truth will change? The truth is subject to change. Again, you're a Gemini, but like, where's your Mercury? Is that a difficult process for you? What you want is to jump into the middle of this. The Fool is the invitation to jump without fear of consequences. Seems like a funny card to see when the prompt is how to soften this wound. Do I soften by just taking a leap that I can't see the end of? I can't see the destination of where I'm going. I'm just supposed to jump, and that's supposed to feel soft to me. That's supposed to soften the wound around loss and pain and what is spilled. But isn't that just sort of a classic antidote? You do need to tap into where you can push through the fear. And let me bring in another layer of Mercury retrograde, which is that it is stationing direct in Leo. Let's talk about the fact that sometimes we have to spill a little to feel a lot. So we have to find the capacity and the trust in ourselves that we can start over, that we are resilient, that we can take a chance just by being ourselves and by honoring our truth. Mercury in Leo is like my story, okay? There's a starting over that's being asked of you. To find it in your heart, the courage to jump, knowing that there very well may be pain somewhere at the end. Because courage, as I throw my hair back, you can't see that off camera, but did a very dramatic hair sweep just there. The courage that you need, the courage that we tap into, the courage that we find, is not an absence of fear. All right, we don't jump only when or because we are fearless. We jump in spite of that fear. We move beyond that fear. We acknowledge it, we name it, we recognize it, we honor it, and then we go anyway. All right, that's what courage is. It's not the absence of fear. It's not being fearless. That would just be silly. We're humans. We're supposed to have some fear. Some fear is healthy. Okay? Courage in the Fool. Courage in Mercury stationing direct in Leo. All right. A gift I discover as I travel within. Oh, that's awesome. A really nice antidote to this reversed King of Swords is this upright King of Wands as a gift. So before I jump into this King of Wands, we talked about strength and instincts connected to this Five of Cups. Not trusting that we can come out on the other side of grief. A really deep narrative of grief and loss here. Going within ourselves this season, right? All of this is lighting up your fourth house of home, origin, emotional body. Spending this time going within yourself, examining those emotions, getting clear on what we might be holding on to that is fear-based, and getting clear on where you can find courage in there, right? And this may be making more sense as Mercury clears that shadow, moves back into Virgo, and finalizes that shadow at 4 degrees. So as we are building up to that point, and Mercury is not direct yet, but it will be next week. So as we approach that point of stationing, we're going slow. All right? I'm not expecting you to just jump into this Fool as we start Virgo season. That would be insane. I'm not going to ask that of you. That's wild. But we are going within to figure out what we need to resolve in there, in that emotional body, perhaps instinctually, to allow ourselves to find the courage to maybe jump by the end of Virgo season. And maybe not. I like to say that when majors show up in these readings, whether it's the weekly moon reading or it's the monthly seasonal reading, that we're not clearing that hurdle over the course of that time period. We are activating this theme. I would love to imagine that when the sun moves out of your 4th house and enters into your 5th house and impacts that house of true love and self-expression and makes a trine to Gemini, that there is some sort of catharsis, especially since Venus will have already passed over that south node and sort of clearing the path for the sun and Mercury to come through and integrate what's been cleared. I would love to think that Libra season is really when you feel yourself stepping through that threshold of the past and what's been holding you back and finding that emboldenment. What? Is that a word? Finding that boldness. Okay. Look, I'm not the one who's the King of Swords. All right. So I make up whatever word I want. Finding that boldness to jump. But giving yourself this time within. Okay. Even if you're a Virgo sun or a moon, no, Gemini sun or moon, that means that things moving through Virgo are squaring you, are challenging you, are confronting you. Squares are uncomfortable. They do compel us to take action, but they are not necessarily the most pleasant. All right. But when that trine comes through, inviting that ease and that flow into potentially jumping. Okay, this King of Wands as the gift. A vision. I have these are cups, these are earth, these are swords, this is the mind. We have a nice representation of all the themes here. Everyone is reversed except for this card of vision and passion. Having a mission. Being connected to spirit in such a way that you can not only find your own way toward this vision, but also guide others there too. These are cards of I feel hopeless and I feel isolated and I feel unconnected. I feel disconnected from other people. And this is very much not only being connected with people, but leading people. Coming back to this idea of unmastering some sort of truth or getting clear on where you are manipulating facts or information or data, being, I just want to make a verb out of antidote. Being antidoted. Like I said, I'm not this, okay? Receiving the antidote of being able to lead from spirit. This is very Sag, this is very Gemini. Both navigate truth, but from very different places. Spiritual truth can't be fact-checked, all right? Because it's not tangible. Information can. We might be rewriting some truths that have been very crystallized and formalized within us. And by doing this introspection, we are activating within ourselves some sort of truth. Thinking about this as like some sort of visionary truth, not fact truth. Thinking about that 7th house space if you're a Gemini rising. Really being able to captivate and guide people in those one-on-one relationships toward a vision that you hold. Shifting so much out of this lack and this loss into what is possible. And I think that's really beautiful for you, Gemini. If you are a Gemini sun or moon, then you are still having this Sagittarian activation opposite you, right? And whatever is opposite us involves other people. So even if it's not your 7th house, you are still activating some capacity to influence and guide and inspire people who are facing you from Sagittarius. That is a beautiful connection that really stands to undo these sort of spiraling, swirling narratives of loss and isolation and grief and lack over here. Sagittarius. All right, so all of that is true. Okay, first quarter moon in there. It's going to square all those things in Gemini and that you have, right? Nope. First quarter moon in Sag is going to oppose everything you have in Gemini and square everything moving through Virgo. So there's a big activation there. All right, pay attention to that moon. Pay attention to what comes up there and get a sense of how it's trying to connect you to the bigger picture. 5. I talked about the sun moving through your 5th house. Venus will do that soon, right? Venus is ruling that space theoretically if you are a Gemini rising. Venus is entering that space, coming home to jettison something that we don't need, right? 5, these cups here. 5, these houses. You've probably moved away from themes about true love as the South Node has been passing through this space, right? Luckily, the South Node is almost done, and we are starting to get a sense of what we can start to build here again. So we're rewriting these stories of loss and lack. Mercury, duh. So to recap, Mercury stationing direct in Leo soon, ruling both you as a Gemini and the planets moving through Virgo. Getting a sense of what that retrograde has been bringing up for you and taking the time to process all of that. Welcoming Mercury as it re-enters Virgo and clears that retrograde shadow and getting clear on where you are moving toward. Thank you, Gemini, for tuning in. If you enjoyed this video or got something out of it, please give it a like. Please share with a fellow Gemini who is unmastering and unlearning facts that are no longer true for them. And subscribe so we can talk about Libra season and talk about what you're building here in this 5th house that has been raised and has torn things down to the ground in order to start over. I hope to see you there. Welcome, Cancer, to your Virgo season forecast. As we explore Virgo season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, Venus, and eventually Mercury moving through that 3rd house or impacting that 3rd house space of the mind, how we communicate, siblings, peers, immediate environment, neighborhood. Venus makes its way into Libra and impacts your 4th house of home, origin story, emotional body, lineage, land, family. We have a first quarter moon impacting your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. Pluto makes one final entry into your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, business partner, or enemy. Saturn and Neptune have been hanging out and will be joined by the first full moon eclipse in your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, philosophy, religion, making meaning. North Node and Chiron have been hanging out in your 10th house or impacting your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, and tradition. Maybe the South Node, or the North Node rather, has moved into your 9th house if your 10th house starts at a later degree. Uranus, shaking things up in your 11th house of hopes and dreams of the future, as well as friends and communities. Mars met up with Jupiter and will be joined by the 3rd quarter moon in or impacting your 12th house of endings, karma, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, my mental health. Maybe that 3rd quarter moon takes place in your 11th house if your 12th house starts at a later degree of Gemini. Last but not least, Mars moves into Cancer and impacts / enters your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. Prompts for today. Validation I need from myself now, and a blockage or wound here. How to soften this blockage or wound, and a gift I discover as I travel within. We're going to look at the bottom of the deck, as always, to see what stories are beneath the surface, and we'll roll the dice to get a sense of anything else that stands out this season that we need to know. Okay, The Hierophant reversed. When did we see this? Was it the Gemini new moon? I feel like this was at the bottom of the deck for the Gemini new moon. And if anyone wants to go and fact check that, please go ahead. But that Gemini new moon kind of makes sense. That time makes sense because that was a new moon in your 12th house, or impacting your 12th house of karma. What it all means in the end, me and my maker, isolation versus solitude. Okay. So let's revisit some themes of the Hierophant. What do we believe in? That's a very big, it's a big theme to think about in the 12th house context. What does it all add up to in the end for you, Cancer? This is where we kind of see the 9th house themes blending with the 12th house. Like, what philosophies and or religions do you participate in to support you on this journey? And what do they tell you about what it all means in the end? Do you believe in any religion or philosophy? Or are you just raw dogging it out here? What you believe in the 9th house will absolutely be tested by what's happening in the 12th house. Let's talk about what's happening in the 12th house. You just had Mars and Jupiter make a really big conjunction there, probably activating a lot for you in that deep unconscious space. And what happened next? Both of those planets squared Saturn in your 9th house of beliefs, philosophies, religion. Are you having a crisis of faith, Cancer? Are you going through something right now that is really challenging you to feel connected to some sense of meaning in the end? And isn't it so human to need something to mean something? This is why we even create religion or philosophy. We need something to believe in. Because otherwise, what is this all for? What is all the suffering and all the pain in the world and all the loss that we feel and all the challenges that we surmount? What are those for if we don't have a framework of belief to guide us or support us as we explore life? All reflected in this reversal of the Hierophant. Upright tells us that we are seeking some sort of already existing structure of faith, some sort of mentor who's going to teach us something about what things mean. Reversed, maybe you are rejecting that mentorship or that organized religion. Maybe you are turning inward to get a sense of why you resist this kind of thing or why you reject this. Or maybe you're going within to even figure out, what do I want to believe in? What do I want that to look like in a real tangible way that I can access? What else is happening here? Validation I need from myself now. I'm making progress. I could see where that connects to a belief system. If we don't have a framework by which to measure our progress, then how do we know we are making it? However, if this is validation you need from yourself, then there is nothing outside of you that can reassure you of this truth. Only you can. So, definitely seeing some themes here about Hierophant reversed. You are the one who has to decide that you are making progress towards something. No one else can do that. Cancer, you are one of those funny cardinal signs that is dependent upon some external thing, person, feeling, need to activate you, then responding to that need. This might be really challenging for you to decide for yourself that you're making progress, that something is growing in a way that you want it to. Don't we love a challenge? Life is full of them. If we don't have some way to measure ourselves through those challenges, then we will never get that validation that we are seeking. So, what's your measuring stick? All right? Shifting away from what you've been told or what tries to influence your measurement or assessment of progress, getting tuned into what allows you to validate that growth for yourself. Thinking about that full moon eclipse coming for your 9th house, right, of beliefs, philosophies. Something new is entering there this season. It might not, well, it will not make sense until we get further into that nodal journey. First of all, the nodes aren't even there yet, right? They're still in Aries and Libra. So We're not going to make sense of what is entering in there until we get to Pisces season next year. But something is entering that is bound to change how you move through the world. The moon rules you. So, something in that space is changing. You have to get a sense now of how you're going to measure those changes, as well as your own progress. A blockage or wound here. Oh! NB freaking D. Okay. Challenge here is something's got to die and you've got to surrender to something bigger than you. You've been here before, Cancer. What do I always say about majors that show up in a temporal reading? We're not going to clear this hurdle this season, but we do need to activate awareness of this blockage, all right? I'm not expecting you to, especially with this here, you validating your progress and then me telling you, well, you got to go through some shit first. You're not going to clear this hurdle this season. That's not the point of this. The point is to become aware that that is where you are blocked. You are perhaps fearful of this surrender. Let's talk about Virgo and how this is activating your third house of the mind. Your houses of communication are tangible, are earth-bound. You want to remain grounded in how you connect with other people. Death is kind of antithetical to this right now. It's not the hanged one or the chrysalis in the sense of fully suspending yourself and stepping out of what is currently reality in order to allow a perspective shift to then influence you as you come back down and allow those shifts to change how you perceive reality. This is more letting some reality die. But if reality is what you enjoy is as your connections to others, that's going to feel very fearful. If I let something die here, then I lose my connection to people. Then I surrender my connection to people. And we just said, Cancer, that you are a sign that needs to be activated by someone outside of you or waits for that activation outside of you in order to know how to respond. So how can I trust this process of surrendering? How can I process something? How can I trust that something has to die? How can I trust that something has to die and then I'll still be able to be connected to a sense of progress? That sounds crazy, right? So I get it. Instincts? What kind of instincts have been formed here? I'm looking at that South Node in your fourth house of Libra. Who taught you that upholding balance is ultimately the best way to remain connected to a sense of progress? What false commitments of balance have you made in order to sustain feeling connected to progress? How to soften this blockage? Well, we saw this come up at the Leo new moon. We talked about fear. We talked about trusting ourselves in walking away from something and how that was maybe triggering feelings of hopelessness about what would come to replace the thing we were walking away from. And what I asked you to do at that Leo new moon, what I asked all of us to do, because that's a general reading, was to focus on what we can choose in the moment, not get carried away down the line in the future, right? Listen, Uranus is in your house of hopes and dreams of the future, so whatever you're hoping and dreaming of for the future, you don't have control over. Let's just let that go right now. I mean, Uranus has been trying to get you to let that go, right? Uranus probably rocked you at this Aquarius full moon, impacting your 8th house of shared resources. The 11th house being like, oh no, baby, you don't share those anymore. Try to imagine what it feels like to let that go. Try to figure out where you can have trust. Also an 8th house theme about what you will have to share with someone else. But we got to let go of the idea that that's yours. So, at the Leo new moon, we talked about choosing what we can trust in the immediate moment, right? Upright, this is hesitation. This is complacency. This is apathy. This is, I don't like my current choices. I'm not sure about my current choices. I don't really want to emotionally invest because if I do, I'll experience loss. Don't worry, you don't have the Five of Cups or the Five of Pentacles because those both went to Gemini, so you can rest easy. But there is a sense in the Four upright that if I do choose to invest in this, I will probably see something be lost from that, and that's what happens in the Five. So, softening the fear of the Death card by remaining very present with what does feel good right now. An emphasis on the feel good and also the right now. We need to not get carried away about what's going to happen in the future. Again, Uranus is not going to allow you to hold on to any of those hopes and dreams. Not that you're not going to get them, but Uranus is going to try to challenge you in feeling falsely secure in the certainty of those hopes and dreams, or feeling like you get to control how those hopes and dreams will appear for you and will reach you and what they'll look like and how you'll get there. Okay? It's not trying to dissuade you from having hopes and fears. It's trying to challenge you to be more open to what those hopes and fears will look like when they appear to you, so that you stop thinking about how you're going to try to control that, because that's funny and false. Those are Uranus's words, not mine, okay? Uranus has the sentiment of that is funny and false. A gift I discover as I travel within. Help. Teamwork. Companions. Love the full circle of the Pentacles narrative here. This also makes me think about your third house of peers, siblings, immediate environment, and how you communicate, how you collaborate, perhaps. So, we need to validate our own progress, whatever it looks like right now, however much we're able to make in this moment. But as we go within ourselves, okay, let me go back. As we confront the instincts and intuition and patterning we have around surrendering to this process and trusting that we'll make it through the other side, as we go within ourselves to find answers, because nothing outside of us is really able to support or prove anything. No belief system is able to prove anything to us right now, says Saturn and Neptune in your ninth. But remembering that something is incoming in that space, right? Via that eclipse. So we're going within ourselves to seek answers, because nothing outside of them can give them to us. As we do so, we go inside and we receive answers about what it is I can choose in this immediate moment that feels good. Where it is that options are around me that support me in this moment and that support my progress. As you go inside and explore that, recognizing that there are other people who can help you. You are not alone. Just because there's no external institution that can hold space for what you're going through or reassure you that you can have faith in what's coming down the pipeline, or nothing outside of you can tell you this is going to be okay or feel fine. Death doesn't feel fine. Death feels like something's being ripped out from within us. Death is loss. Death is surrender. No one can tell you that that's going to feel okay. No one can tell you that you're going to have access to your progress when you go in there. But other people can help you, can help you build toward that progress, can help you fill in the blanks of where that progress is not being made. This is assessment, right? I'm assessing whether or not I'm making progress. Other people can help you figure out what else you need to move forward. That is probably some of not only what's being lit up with planets moving through Virgo and the third house of our peers and our siblings, who are people who can help us and collaborate with us, but also I'm thinking that that's the other side of the coin of what Uranus is activating for you in your 11th house of friends and community. At the same time that Uranus is challenging you on whatever false sense of security you've tried to maintain about what the future is going to look like, it is equally trying to open you up to friends and communities that will support you as you move through this journey, that will help you shift through this fear of what you're surrendering in this process, who will help you build, who will bring you tools, who will be your counsel. Uranus is not bad or good. There are blessings and distress that come with Uranus. Uranus is trying to open us up to radical pathways that we would learn from if we would allow ourselves to travel them. Know that Uranus, and I think you do know, I think you have already seen where Uranus has exposed you to new friends and community, has reactivated community and friendships that have been lost to you or that you've ignored or that you have otherwise parted ways from, and has brought you back to them. I think you know that. But again, nothing can hold that trust for you. You have to find that trust, right? In your ability to assess and make progress and correct what you need to correct. This is a really advantageous place to be. I can assess what's working. I can assess what's not working. I can scratch what's not working off out of the formula, and I can tweak the formula so that when I get to the 8, I'm ready to put everything in motion. And these friends can help you tweak this formula. I'm not saying that they're going to validate what progress looks like for you, but you can validate this for yourself and then receive this help from your friends, from your peers, from your siblings, from your community to build toward what you want this to look like. Okay. Yeah. I talked about Jupiter and Mars being in your 12th house. Jupiter is the one ruling Saturn. Jupiter is the one ruling your 9th house. Jupiter is absolutely the the word that I thought of was culprit. The culprit in this crisis of faith. Jupiter is out of its element. Jupiter is in detriment. Jupiter is overwhelmed. Too many possibilities, too many ideas. I don't know which ones I can trust. Jupiter squaring Saturn is like, what is trust even? Who defines that? I can't access it. Jupiter's going to go retrograde in that 12th house. Jupiter's going to go back through that square. Jupiter is asking you to have this crisis of faith or these crises of faith to try to compel you to root into your own assessment of what you know to be true. The 6th house, that first quarter moon, Sagittarius, will also be ruled by Jupiter. That is a very 7th house, or not 7 of Pentacles vibe. What effort do I put into my progress? What in my mind, Virgo, 3rd house, do I want to be making real and tangible and practical and building toward in the 6th house? And what crisis, how is my crisis of faith impacting that right now? Aries, what am I building up to? What's my reputation? Chiron up there. Whew, yeah. Yeah, Mercury ruling Virgo season keeps trining Chiron. It's going to trine it again once it stations direct. Pain about what I've wanted to initiate and how I want people to know me and what I want them to see me building. Needing to surrender to what has not manifested while also finding some source of trust, perhaps again in investing in what feels good in the immediate moment, about what you can keep building anyway. Cancer, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this video, that might be the wrong word. If you got something out of this video, please give it a like. Please share with someone who may even be part of the team you want to bring together. Subscribe so we can talk about what happens next. Where is this crisis of faith leading you? What is Jupiter retrograde going to ask of you? All things we can explore next time. I'll see you then. Last but not least, welcome Leo to your Virgo season forecast. As we see ourselves exploring Virgo season, we see the sun, the new moon, Venus, and eventually Mercury impacting your second house of my skills and how I use them to make my money, my values, my resources. We see Venus making its way into Libra and impacting your third house of the mind and how we communicate, peers and siblings, our immediate environment, and our neighborhood. We see a first quarter moon impacting your fifth house of true love, self-expression, play, joy, children. Pluto takes a final stand in your sixth house of time, routine, health, and the body. Saturn and Neptune are joined by our first full moon eclipse in Pisces in your eighth house, or impacting your eighth house of shared resources. My boss, my landlord, I'm gonna say heritage. Yeah, sure, why not? My inheritance also. Usually I say my ancestors and my psychology, but that was more fun. The North Node and Chiron have been slowly checking through your ninth house, or impacting your ninth house of faraway travel, other cultures, philosophy, religion, higher learning. Uranus is stirring up trouble from your 10th house, or impacting your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation, tradition. Mars just met with Jupiter and will be greeted by our third quarter moon in or impacting your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future and friends and communities. And lastly, we see Mars making its way into Cancer and lighting up your 12th house of endings, what it all means in the end, me and my maker, karma, my mental health. Prompts for today. Validation I need from myself now, and a blockage or wound here. How to soften this blockage or wound, and a gift I discover as I travel within. We will look at the bottom of the deck to see what stories are beneath the surface here this season, and we'll roll the dice to see anything else that stands out that we need to pay attention to. Oh, my stars. You know who else had the King of Swords at the bottom of the deck? Was Gemini. Making a sextile to you. All right, so what I told Gemini, we'll see if it actually correlates to what we see here. But what we talked about in Gemini with the King of Swords at the bottom of the deck was unlearning some sort of ultimate truth, recognizing where we might be complicit in manipulating some of that truth, ultimate truth, whether we are conscious of it or not. Are we abusing information? Are we taking advantage of the facts somehow? Are we using them to our advantage? What are we doing with them? Regardless of what there lands for you, we are certainly stepping out of that practice. We are calling ourselves out or calling ourselves in. We are naming what truth is no longer aligning with us. So let's see what else is here. Validation I need from myself now. Oh, okay. What is fair? Love this. Love thinking about Venus entering your third house, meeting with that South Node, letting go of false notions. It was longer than usual, but it was just the Libra coming out. Well, this is an interesting spin on the King of Swords. Really leaning towards that first interpretation there of unlearning some sort of ultimate truth. Okay. What is fair? You might try to look outside yourself and seek those answers, but you will not find them. No one else will actually validate for you what is fair, and therefore what is not fair. Are we going up against the system at large here? Are we unlearning some sort of generalized, commercialized, socialized truth? Are we separating from some sort of broader narrative that we've been taught to believe? And you are the only one who can name what is not fair, what is unjust at this time, because you will not see those answers outside of yourself. You will not receive that validation elsewhere. That might be infuriating. The third house is the house of our peers and our siblings. Is someone else in your immediate environment, is a peer or a sibling or someone else in your neighborhood going to actually like debate you on something you think is not fair? That might be really upsetting. You might be like, I need someone else to tell me that they see this the way that I do. And I'm sorry to tell you, but I don't see that here. This is something that you have to validate for yourself. No, even if someone does tell you, yeah, man, that isn't fair, it's not going to do it for you. It's not going to compel you to believe it. You are the one who is going to compel yourself to believe yourself. That's not always going to be true, but that is true this season. That might be true while the South Node passes through Libra. All right, is that you might not be satisfied with other people's versions of what is unfair. You have to learn to listen to yourself. If you've heard me talk before, you know that in all of these readings, which are temporal in nature, that I don't think we resolve these major arcana themes within the scope of the time frame that we are reading for. These are bigger themes than what is on the ground in front of us with the minor cards and the core cards. So this is something that you're opening up to validating for yourself over the course of this season. It seems pretty literal to think about. Maybe you don't feel resolved in this validating what is true and just until we get to Libra season, which is next season. So might be wrapped up relatively soon, but we're just opening up the framework of this in Virgo season. Okay, a blockage or wound here. What is possible? Maybe there's something about, this is unfair, but what would be fair? Maybe Maybe I'm blocked in validating my own sense of fairness because I don't really have the answer of what would be a better option. This is unfair. Okay, what's your proposal? I don't know. Am I supposed to solve that too? It's not just enough to name what's unfair. I have to also solve the problem of what's going to replace it. That makes sense to me as a blockage. Absolutely. This is not true. Okay, then what is true? Okay, well, I can't be the one to name what's untrue and also come up with what is true. That's a lot of responsibility. That's a lot. Especially if this is a big picture, societal truth. No one person is going to determine what is possible to replace that truth. That is so big. That is system-wide. Just like we don't have enough time in one season to tackle a major arcana theme. It's just not how it goes. I'm going to connect this with strength. What instincts have you formed around maybe the need to solve all the problems that you name? Looking at Virgo in your second house. What skills? Do you have planets there, first of all? But like, what skills do you possess, or what values do you possess that have maybe been used against you in the sense of like, well, weaponized incompetence is the phrase that just violently erupted in my mind. When you name things that are unfair, do people then just go, well, what are you going to do about it? I don't see what the problem is. I don't know how to fix that. If you're the one who's naming it being unfair, then I expect you to do it because I'm not going to take responsibility for that. Oof. If you got any Virgo placements, my goodness. That is probably something you were taught you had to put up with or do. I mean, first of all Virgo placements bear the cross of, if you want something done right, do it yourself. But to imagine that that was something that was conditioned within you. We're not just born this way, right? We are raised this way. We are taught these things. I don't think anyone comes into the world saying if you want it done right, do it yourself. We develop that after we watch instance after instance of weaponized incompetence thrown at us We take on that responsibility because we see that no one else will do it. We see that no one's willing to do it. We see that no one knows how to do it. Maybe it's not as strong as weaponizing competence. Maybe it's, well, I don't have the know-how to do that. I don't know how you want it done. That can also be sort of a curse of Virgo placements is, I'm not even gonna finish that sentence because another curse that popped into my head instead was, I'm always right about how it's done. Maybe some of both are true. Maybe because we've seen so many people screw this up, we have had to come to believe that only I have the right version of what is right here. But we're coming back to this idea of, I don't know what the new thing is. I am blocked in connecting to passion, connecting to desire, to connecting to purpose in regards to what I name to be unfair and unjust and how I want that resolved. How to soften this blockage. Okay. Oh, diggity dog. All right. Let it go. The expression, give it over to God, just came to mind. Surrender. Leo, is that something that you feel comfortable with? All that tenacity, all that persistence, all that resilience, fighting for what is fair. Do you feel capable of surrendering to what needs to die? Love that the way to soften the blockage around the ace is to surrender to the 10. We got to let something end in order to feel something activate. If we stay stuck on the same thing over and over, we're doing neither of these things. If anything, I might wager that we are somewhere in a 5, which is conflict. If we're at the 5 of Swords, for example, well, actually, we could say the 5 of Wands, too. Both of them are about battle. We are looking at swords, literal swords. Do you stay locked in battle rather than surrender to letting something die so that something new can open? Does it feel more trusting to stay actively combating something because it at least feels like you're taking action? Because it at least feels like you are trying? Where's that getting you? Is that convincing anyone else that something's unfair? Is that getting anyone to validate that something's unfair to you in a way that you believe? Okay, so softening this blockage around the ace is letting something die. Surrendering to the fact that you've made it this far into the suit and nothing has changed. It's time to let it go. To do that, we're going within, right? We are addressing what instincts have been formed around this wound, and we're going inward to let something die. This is a sad thought, but what just occurred to me is the idea that sometimes animals leave home when they know it's their time. I had the same thought about I feel like there's a classic narrative of the dog left the house and walked into the woods to let itself die. And that is, again, a sad thought, but it's also peaceful. We're all gonna die, first of all, so it's not like we can really act like the idea of dying is shocking at this point. Yes, it's sad. Yes, there's grief. But to let something die on your own terms, to let something die within a beautiful space where you are returning to nature, where you are being held, where you are gaining clarity and wisdom in the process of allowing this to die. That's graceful. That's beautiful. So few of us will have that opportunity. With that in mind, can you imagine taking that opportunity for yourself? Okay. A gift I discover as I travel within. Another reversed king. I love this. Okay, this certainly helps me understand more about the King of Swords reversed. The King of Cups reversed as a gift is, I don't have to do all this anymore. Upright, this king is like, I'm holding space for everyone else's feelings. I am a rock. I have crystallized my own feelings so that I can hold space for and be unmoved by others' feelings. Now, I don't mean that those feelings don't impact you on an emotional level, but they don't dysregulate you. They don't destroy you. They don't melt this crystal, okay? So the gift in the King of Cups reversed is, I don't have to be that rock for everyone. I felt in this moment saying those words that if I'm out here trying to solve everyone else's problems, even though I'm the only one who can validate what is fair or not, I'm not giving myself a chance to melt, to surrender, to let go in order to be renewed. I'm doing that for everyone else out here. When is it my turn? I'll tell you, it's when you go into the Hermit. It's your turn when you go inside and allow yourself the surrender of letting go of something you can't keep up anymore. Trying to keep this battle, being stuck here in between these cards in the Five of Wands and the Five of Swords is exhausting, and it's busy, and it's not giving you any sense of justice. It's just depleting you. You've thrown all your mental resources at this. You've thrown all your emotional resources at this. Some instinct is telling you to stay in this place. And it's time to go inside yourself and surrender. Let that instinct die. Do so in a peaceful, controlled environment. Give yourself that peace to unwind. Recognize that you don't have to be this for everyone. And it's good to be this for some people. But there's no you in here. Kings are external. Kings are demonstrating for other people. Where are you? You're a Leo, my dude. You're supposed to be like the star of the show or some other corny stereotype. If you're out here trying to model for other people what fairness looks like, and you're trying to give everyone the things that you think they need, as though that's some sort of justice, you're lost in the equation. And that's going to trigger some more like selfish Leo traits, right? We're not being valued for modeling to other people what it is to be authentic and human and alive. That's where Leo gets hungry. That's where Leo might get manipulative. That's where Leo has to kind of force things. Libra, South Node, third house. Where are you playing false with your peers or with your environment in thinking that you're going to get something reciprocated that has not come to fruition? It's time to let that go. Venus is certainly doing that by entering Libra and moving through that South Node. And again, I mentioned that we might see this justice story resolved in a tangible way once we fully enter Libra season and we see the Sun and Mercury move through that space and integrate what has been surrendered in that Libra South Node. And that makes all the more sense to see those planets then come through. I mean, especially the Sun, because the Sun rules you. So when the Sun moves through Libra and hits that South Node is when you get that upgrade of, okay, I'm the only one who can make this right. I'm the only one who can validate what I need. And that means stepping out of these other things, making sure that what I'm getting is fair. Okay. Woo. All right, Mars. Moving into that 12th house space. Gonna be there for 6 weeks once it does. Your external drive will be muted Your actions will be taking place behind closed doors. You know what I love about that? Mars in Cancer activates getting its needs met by meeting other people's needs. And in the 12th house, who are you going to do that for? That's just you, yourself, and you. Me, myself, and I, that's all I got in the end. Thank you, Beyonce. Mars in that 12th house is like, you can't see my actions. I'm not doing anything externally for you. I need to tend to my mental health for this 6 weeks. Y'all can catch me when I'm on the other side, when Mars enters Leo. But guess what? Mars is going to station retrograde in Leo. So really pay attention to Mars in this 12th house time, activating that mental health, pulling you away from situations that are harming your mental health. Get a sense, take note of what Mars is stirring up as it enters its retrograde time, which again won't happen until Libra season. And a fun way you can tell what that's going to look like is when you see the sun come through and make a square to that Mars when we're in Libra season. All the more reason why we're not going to get the whole answer to this right now. Take notes of what Mars activates in these next 6 weeks. We'll talk more about this when Mars enters Leo, because it's going to station at 7 degrees. So we're not going to get very far into Leo. It will be moving very slowly at that time. So we'll have a lot of time to pay attention to those signs. But think about when Mars dips into that 12th house, think about what actions you can pull back and bring home to you. Calling back your energy, as some call it. 5, your 5th house, that first quarter moon in Sag. If you're a Leo sun or moon, then it's trining your Leo placements. So there's pressure up against that Virgo moon, but there's a sense of flow in connection with those Leo placements. So maybe that pressure isn't as strong. How am I able to express myself in a more authentic way? How am I able to express myself in a way that's aligned with who I see myself to be, outside of what others put on me or expect from me? Scorpio, I'm guessing that's your 4th house. If not, then it's square to your sun or your moon or whatever you have in Leo. So there's some challenge to integrate your true emotions. What is my emotional body doing? Nothing's in Scorpio right now, but Mars is ruling it from wherever it travels. Going back to Mars, moving through your 12th house soon. We're going to get clear on what those feelings are and what we need to nurture those feelings with only when Mars goes behind the scenes and dips out of helping other people and focuses on you, boo. Okay. Thanks, Leo, for tuning in. If you got something from this, please give this video a like. Maybe share with someone who is similarly in a state of needing recognition of what is fair and will only find it within themselves. And subscribe so we can talk about Libra season. We can see how this narrative unfolds. We can see what validation does come through as the sun hits that south node. And I'll see you then.